Okay, so let's start. Okay, let's start with a little quiz. Is this fake news? Okay. What do you guys think? It's a little bit hard because we don't have much interaction here, but yeah. Is this fake news? Well, it's probably isn't, no? So it probably is. I mean, that's kind of a classical fake news story. Oh yeah, there's Bill Gates who's going to put chips in us. So what about this one? This is fake news. What do you guys think? Well, that's kind of less clear. It really depends on the definition. So in certain cases, that's going to be considered fake news because it's not really true. This is actually something from last year. This is when then President Donald Trump has promised that he'll be done with coronavirus by Easter. And then there was this article in Onion, oh yeah, you know, he's now delaying Easter to keep his promise. And of course, this is humor, right? It's not true. So if you care about whether it's true or not, then you'd say, oh yeah, okay, that's false. But on the other hand, and the most definitions of fake news that are used by large online platforms, this is considered political satire, and that's protected speech, and this is not really considered fake news. Okay, but okay, let's kind of start with the definition. What really is fake news? Okay, well, the most natural thing is to turn to a dictionary. So here, for example, I went to Merriam-Webster and I looked into, okay, how do they define the term fake news? And surprise, surprise, they say, you know what? The reason fake news is unlikely to be entered in our dictionary anytime soon, because they say, you know what? It's self-explanatory. It's very clear what it is. It's something that is news and it's fake. And there's nothing to define here. It was there in use in the 19th century. They even give you examples of the use of the term in the 19th century. And they say, well, we didn't define it so far. Why should we define it now? No? Well, other people disagree. They would say, you know what, fake news is something that is, news is supposed to be true by definition. So fake news is an oxymoron, which is something that has an internal contradiction. So news by definition is supposed to be true, but now kind of we have news that is false. Okay. So other dictionaries, for example, Collins, have actually defined the term. And here you see as false, often sensational information disseminated under the guise of news reporting. Okay, that's a good definition, but I feel it's a little bit incomplete because it doesn't really say that it's primarily spread in social media, that it can be weaponized, and so on and so forth. Collins actually declared the term fake news word of the year. I mean, they not only defined it, they actually declared it word of the year. Oxford Dictionaries declared word of the year a related term post-truth. But let's go back to fake news. No? So if you look at Cambridge Dictionary, they have declared it as false stories that appear to be news, spread on the internet or using other media, usually created to influence political views or as a joke. So that's an interesting definition. It's good because it talks about internet and excuse me, and it talks about influencing political views, which is actually one of the important aspects of why we started worrying about the problem. But it also covers jokes, and again, many people and actually the major social media platforms, their definition would disagree. They would kind of exclude the jokes. And if you look into Wikipedia, it's a little bit better. There's a lot of text, but it talks about social media, it talks about online, it talks about clickbait. So it's kind of getting on the right track in my view. But anyway, the situation is that there's no universally agreed definition of what fake news is, and it actually means different things to different people. To some people, it's just like news that I don't like. People started calling fake news mainstream media that, they would argue, they would hardly fall in that category. And well, what should we do about it, about the term? Maybe we do a definition, or maybe you don't. And this is actually a stance that was taken in the Supreme Court when they were discussing a different topic, basically pornography, and they were saying, okay, I'm not going to define, the judge was saying, I'm not going to define what it is, but it's something that you know it when you see it, okay? Well, maybe you can do the same thing about fake news, no? Maybe you can just say, I'm not going to define it, but it's kind of clear to everybody when you see it. The problem is that most people actually cannot really recognize the fake news. There have been a number of studies in different countries, and here I'm just like showing you something from 2019, that a study at the European Union level that was announced by Maria Gabriel, who was responsible for fighting the fake news at the European Union level. And the study has shown that 75% of young people don't really recognize the fake news. Okay. So what should we do? People actually have realized that the term fake news is not so good, and have turned to an alternative term called disinformation. Okay. So again, fake news, as we have seen, doesn't really have a very clear definition, but disinformation has a very clear and kind of universally agreed definition. And this is the definition that is used by international organizations like the European Union or NATO or the United Nations and so on and so forth. It actually by some fact-checking organizations and by many researchers working on the topic. So what is disinformation? Well, disinformation is something that has two components. It's information that is false, but also has an intention to do harm. Okay, so there is a malicious intent, and again, if you think of the term fake news, it somehow focuses only on whether something is false or not, but it really ignores whether there is a malicious intent. No? And that's a very, very important part of the definition. So if you think about it, the real reason why we started worrying about the problem is not because for the first time in the history of the universe, people were lying or there was incorrect information in the media. Actually, we have been living with tabloids and other yellow press for years, and that was not really a problem of that size that we experience today. And what changed? Well, what changed is that actually the news got weaponized. Okay, and this malicious intent was not there, not at that scale before. And so this is a very important slide. I really like it. It's from Claire Vardo from First Drive News. And it makes a clear distinction between what is misinformation, disinformation, and malinformation. So what is misinformation? Misinformation is information that is false, but it's not on purpose. So for example, if I say, so far, 2 million people in Italy have been vaccinated. And suppose that the real number, I mean, that's an information that I have found online. I think that the numbers by now have grown up. Suppose now it's 2.3 million, okay? Now, if I say 2 million, it's not exactly true, okay? But it doesn't really, I mean, I don't really mean anything bad, no? I mean, it's kind of approximately correct. I mean, you can say that's misinformation. I mean, if the real number is 10 million, then you'd say, okay, right? But again, if I don't have malicious intent, even if it's 10 million, I say 2 million, if I really don't mean anything bad, right? I just kind of misspoke. That's still misinformation. Malinformation is actually using real information, true information for malicious intent. For example, this has happened to Hillary Clinton. Somebody hacked her email and has posted actual real email messages online for malicious intent. Okay, so and this information is something that has bots. Okay. So it's something that is false, but also has this malicious intent. So, for example, the information about COVID-19 and 5G or things about vaccines, I mean, this information is really something that intends to do harm. Okay, and of course, things are much more complicated. Here's another way to look into it. There's kind of a continuum from innocent things like satire that we have been like, which doesn't really has the intention to do harm, and to 100% fabricated content where you really make up something, make up picture, make up, you know, an entire story. And a lot of things in between, things like, I don't know, maybe I'm cherry picking information to mislead you, or I have like false content. I kind of take a real picture, but I put it in the wrong context and stuff like that. Okay, why should we fight the fake news? Well, the real reason why we started worrying about this was in 2016, the previous US elections, where there were companies, there were political campaigns that actually figured out that they can manipulate voters, that they can actually show you news that is personalized, that is really created for a specific person to press a specific button. This is based on analysis of the political views of the person, of demographics, maybe psychological profile, and putting all this together. And this is why we kind of started worrying about that. I mean, because the data of tens of millions of Americans was compromised in this way. And this actually means that somebody could craft news that would be, designed for a specific group of people. Okay, and this actually allows politicians to tell different things, contradicting things to different people. And similar campaigns, there is evidence that similar campaigns have been done before that in Brexit referendum and have actually affected it. And Sir Tim Berners-Lee, who is the inventor of the web, he has put it quite nicely. I mean, he has been complaining that his invention is getting weaponized. Okay, so again, the problem with fake news is not that they're false. The problem is that they are weaponized. They're used for malicious purposes. And of course, lies are being used for malicious purposes. But, I just want to stress that both of these aspects, the intention to do harm and falseness, are important. But sadly, the vast majority of the research has been really focusing only on factuality. In this tutorial, we are going to attempt to cover a little bit of both. Of course, mostly this part, because this is the part that has been better researched. But I really want to stress that we need to pay attention to the intention to do harm. That's much harder, because checking whether something is true or not is possible in many cases. Checking whether somebody has malicious intent, I mean, good luck proving that, no? So it's kind of hard. And then, but then other reasons to worry about the fake news is that it can translate to violence in the real world. So there have been cases where people were literally killed in India because of false information spread, malicious fake information. This information spread in social media. And actually, entire genocides have been blamed on such kinds of campaigns. And the official United Nations investigations blames social media on the genocide against the Rohingya. So things can go in massive scale. But disinformation has other aspects. And another aspect is the financial aspect. So, for example, that's back in 2013. This is before we started worrying about fake news. We would only start worrying 3 years later. What happened was that Syrian hackers hacked the Associated Press website, and they put this: breaking, 2 explosions in the White House and Barack Obama is injured. And this has caused a big loss in the stock exchange. So $136 billion have been erased. Of course, they jumped back, but still. So here we have this kind of imposter disinformation. So kind of somebody hacks and kind of puts an information that is supposed to be coming from Associated Press. And that's big. I can tell you that these days, the vast majority of the information that we're reading is coming from 3 sources: France Press, Associated Press, and Reuters, right? And others are buying news from them. So it's really, those are really the 3 biggest trusted sources. There are some other very trusted sources, like Bloomberg and so on, but those 3 are the biggest ones, no? So anyway, there is financial aspect. The other thing is there is, of course, medical aspect. And so that's from 2019 that there was UNICEF has been alarmed about the anti-vaxxer movement that has caused missile outbreaks. And actually, back then, again, that's 2019, a disease that was long forgotten was actually coming back in countries like UK, Greece, Czech Republic, and Albania. So, I mean, so far, okay, to summarize it, you have disinformation that's about for political reasons, you have for financial reasons, and you have medical aspects, and you might have some security aspects. I'm not going to cover that. But of course, this was before the COVID-19 pandemic. And when the COVID-19 pandemic came, all this disinformation actually blended. And so the political and medical disinformation blended into the first global infodemic. And this is something that was recognized by the World Health Organization, that we are not fighting anymore a pandemic, we are fighting an infodemic. And in about a year ago, in February last year, I looked into the website of the World Health Organization. They had put as number 2 in their top 5 priorities to fight against the COVID-19 pandemic. Number 2 was actually finding this infodemic. Okay, and and it's still very, very important, because despite the efforts taken by many social media platforms, governments, officials, journalists, and so on, there's so much disinformation going on these days. Okay, why are there fake news? Why do we have this phenomenon? I really like this image that's coming from UNESCO, and so they're kind of trying to describe the root causes of the phenomenon. And one cause is that there's actually loss of confidence in traditional media for various reasons. And then there isn't really enough critical thinking in media literacy. And many people believe that just because I saw it in the social media, it has to be true. And then there are business models of many of those online platforms that are optimizing for engagement, for user engagement. And actually something that is viral, that spreads fast, is actually good for the business, and it actually gets prioritized. And that's exactly what the fake news are, or disinformation is actually exploiting. And of course, there are malicious actors that are starting such campaigns. And all this happens in social media. And then you have real information, but you also have disinformation, rumors, and hoaxes. And of course, things are evolving all the time, and this to the picture comes extreme personalization, really modeling, optimization, and so on and so forth. Okay, how do we fight the fake news? Well, the first thing that comes to mind is let's do manual fact checking, and this is a lot of effort has been put into that. And if you go back to the image, to the Claire Vardo's diagram, fact-checking really focuses on factuality and ignores harm. So fact-checking would cover misinformation and disinformation, would typically not try to distinguish between the two, partly because it's hard, and it would just check whether something is true or not. And again, as we said, it can be something false it's kind of really innocent. It's not so interesting. And kind of this is really the dangerous part. But fact-checking typically does not distinguish between those two. Of course, it depends. So there are different kinds of fact-checking efforts. There are efforts that are fact-checking rumors in social media, and many of them would fall in this area. There are other fact-checking organizations that are primarily focusing on claims made by politicians, and there the likelihood that this actual disinformation is higher. But again, a politician might just misspeak, and then it would be a misinformation. And there have been many projects about that. There have been like fact-checking organizations like factcheck.org, that's political, PolitiFact as well. Snoop is more about social media. There are others like Full Fact in UK. There have been projects like FEAM, We Verify, and some others that have been tackling the problem. And there have been quite a few efforts. So the Duke Reporters Lab can show you this map of 300 active fact-checking projects and 100 already inactive. So 300 active projects, this is 300 organizations doing fact-checking. That sounds like a lot. But let's kind of stop for a moment and think about how much has been manually fact-checked so far. Okay, this is something from about a year ago. So those numbers are not exactly accurate. They definitely have gone up a little bit, but probably not that much. And this is coming from Claims KG, from Jesus Institute in Germany. They have crawled and turned into a knowledge graph the claims that come from Snoops, PolitiFact, Africa Check, and so on and so forth. And you can see that except for some very well-established organizations like Snopes and PolitiFact, the rest have fact-checked just a couple of hundred claims. And yeah, so the question is, right? I mean, this is something that probably doesn't really scale that much because there are so many claims that are being made on a daily basis. And the problem is that fact-checking a claim takes time. It can take a day or two, or in certain cases a week, certain cases even longer than that, right? So really there's no capacity to fact-check that many claims. And the question is, what can we do about it, at a technological, from a technological viewpoint? Well, we can do two things. One is we can make fact checkers more productive, or we can try to automate the entire process. And again, most of the research has been focusing on trying to automate the entire process. And less work has been looking into making fact checkers more productive. And I'm going to tell you a little bit about how we can make fact checkers more productive before going into automating the entire process. And if you are to do a parallel this to another technology, machine translation, again, most research has been going into full machine translation. Here's a text, I want something like Google Translate or Bing Translate or whatever to translate it for me. But there has been also a lot of work that is trying to help the human translators, and those are systems called translation memories that are making them about twice faster and also increasing the quality of what is being produced. Okay, so let's look into that. Suppose you want to help the fact checkers, okay, in their work. What do fact checkers want? We had a roundtable as part of the CLEF 2020, Check That up in September, and we had representatives from 3 major fact-checking organizations. And David Corney was representing FakeNews, and he had this slide that I have stolen from him. So what do fact checkers want? Well, what they want is, first, they want something that is going to prioritize, that is going to tell them, here's a claim that might be worth fact checking, okay? Because there are so many claims made in social media, or imagine a political debate. There are so many claims that are made there. Or if you want to scan what is being currently published in newspapers or what was there in political shows and so on, you really need to prioritize, okay? So they want systems that are going to spot interesting claims for fact-checking. The next thing is verified claim retrieval. So full fact, they're interested in checking whether what they have already fact-checked, whether people keep repeating the false claim, okay? Especially politicians. And if they do, they would actually contact them and they would call them and say, okay, we have already fact-checked this, right? It's known to be false. And here's an article that we wrote about it. Do you want to issue a statement? I mean, is there a reason you keep saying it? I mean, is there another information that we are not aware of, right? Because they don't want just to fact-check and put it there. They want to have an actual impact, okay? They want actually people to notice and to stop spreading this information. But another reason why you might want to have verified claim retrieval is because you don't want to fact-check for a second time something that was previously fact-checked, okay? Imagine a fact-checking organization that is that has fact-checked, I don't know, let's say 16,000 claims. Maybe you don't know, and maybe there are several fact-checkers, maybe you don't know what was fact-checked. Or alternatively, maybe before your organization is going to fact-check one claim, maybe it's worth fact-checking whether somebody else, some other reputable fact-checking organization has not done it already, no? In that way, you don't really want to duplicate the efforts. And of course, you want things that are going to retrieve evidence that is interesting, and maybe full claim verification might be somewhat useful, but only if it's really explainable, okay? And as you can see, especially those two tasks are more like information retrieval tasks, which are quite on the topic of this conference. By the way, we have in Archive recently written a survey with quite a few co-authors, including David Corney, on automatic fact-checking for assisting human fact-checkers. So if you're interested in looking into how technology can help human fact-checkers, you might want to have a look into that. Okay, so let me try to put these desiderata. Actually, it was very interesting because these desiderata independently, we have arrived at a very similar fact-checking flow chart as part of the clef check that WAP. So imagine a claim that is coming, I mean, maybe you have a bunch of tweets, or you have a political debate, or you have some news, and what you want to do is, the first thing is to select which claims are check-worthy, okay? And then only if it's check-worthy, then the next step is to check whether it was previously fact-checked or not. And if it was not, maybe we want to retrieve evidence that is going to help the fact-checker. And then maybe we are going to attempt to actually verify the claim, okay? And those are steps that a full fact-checking system might want to take, but those are also steps that would be useful for a human fact-checker. And we have been running this check.wap from 2018, and it's kind of historical until 2020. And we have been working on topics like on those problems that I have shown you. And we have been covering Arabic and English, and we have been looking into political debates, speeches, tweets, and so on and so forth. And we have an ongoing WAP at CLEF 2021, which, by the way, is going to be presented in this conference. We are going to have a presentation later. So this time we have Arabic, English, Spanish, and Bulgarian, and we hope focus on political debates and speeches. We have the check-worthiness task, we have the verified claim retrieval, and we also have fake news detection. Okay, let's go back to fact-checking. So can we fact-check every single claim in the world? Okay, it's clear that that's not scalable, cannot be done manually, but maybe we can do it automatically, no? But still, think about it. So there has been a study from 2018 from MIT Media Lab that was showing that fake news travels on Twitter about 6 times faster and goes much further compared to real news. So it's really viral. And that's a very famous study. It was published in Science. There's another study that is not so famous, but I find it much kind of very, very interesting and very important, that shows that 50% of the lifetime spread of some very viral or fake news happens in the first 10 minutes, okay? So it's not, this really means that you really need to react very fast, okay? Yeah, okay, so let's look into what is word fact-checking, okay? And let's start with political debates. Imagine a political debate, let's say between Donald Trump and Joe Biden, and then what fact-checkers do after the debate, they go and they pick certain claims that were made, and they are checking them. Okay, so for example, here there's a claim, oh, okay, we are around the turn, we are around the corner of the coronavirus, which means that, okay, we have it under control, and something like that. And then fact-checkers have checked this and say that's not true, we are not quite there. That was back in October last year, okay? Some of those are time sensitive. Now the question is, here's the debate. Over 1,000 claims have been made in this debate. If you're a fact-checker, what should you fact-check first? And those are 2 presidential candidates. They are saying many things, and I mean, anything somebody, a politician of that rank, says in the context of the debate is potentially interesting. But I mean, what should you prioritize? What are the most interesting things to fact-check? No? Well, one answer to this was done in a pioneering work, the work of Claimbuster by Naimu Hassan, Chenkai Li, and others, where they have been looking into detecting check-worthy claims in political debates. And so their system, if you give it, let's say, a political debate, it would assign a score to each sentence and to tell you how interesting it is potentially for fact-checking. Another answer to this is actually to say, okay, maybe the important claims are those that, maybe the important claims are those that got fact-checked by professional organizations, okay? So sorry, I'm missing here a slide. Just okay. Go back. Okay. So what they did is they invented this schema. They manually annotated claims from those debates, and they were annotating them with 3 labels. One is, okay, is there, okay, there is no factual claim there. And then if there's a factual claim, they distinguish between important factual claims and non-important factual claims. And then they would want to build a system that would classify each claim depending on how likely it is to be important and factual, both important and factual. An alternative view is the view of the claim rank system, where the idea is, okay, how do you know which claims are important? Well, one way to know is we can actually check, we can look into which claims were picked by professional fact checkers, okay? And then maybe we can learn from that, okay, from historical data, where we look into which, in the political debate, which claims have been actually selected for fact checking. And the nice thing is that there are such kinds of annotations in political debates that we can find. So, for example, if you go in the website of PolitiFact, they would have the debate, and they would have certain parts of the debate highlighted, and then they'll say whether it is true or false, and they'll have a link to an article that elaborates further. And so you can actually learn from this. You can say, okay, they have selected something in this sentence, so maybe this sentence is important. Okay, and other fact-checking organizations like the National Public Radio has the same thing. Okay, they kind of just highlight certain parts. And so there has been this work that has been looking into that, and has looked into the 2016, initially looking into the 3 presidential debates and the vice presidential from 2016, those 4. And they look into 9 fact-checking organizations like ABC News, Chicago Tribune, CNN, NPR, and so on. And here's the number of claims that have been fact-checked by each of those organizations. Okay, and this is how many claims were fact-checked by at least one. And there are about 5,400. There are 5,400 sentences in those 4 debates, and here you can see how many of them were fact-checked by all 9 fact-checking organizations. Only 1 claim, actually. By at least 1 is 492 claims, right? By at least 3, 100 claims, and so on and so forth. Actually, this is by exactly 3, and this is by at least 3. Yeah. And yeah, so you see that there's not that much there's not that much overlap. There's certain overlap, and this kind of overlap is actually partial. Okay, so how do you decide what is interesting for fact checking? Well, obviously you can look these days into something with you can look these days with representations based on embeddings, BERT, and so on and so forth. That's kind of earlier work, but I still think that there are some features that might be interesting. We can look in the part of speech tags. We can look whether numbers have been mentioned, because if you have some percentages or monetary amounts, like, I don't know, $2 billion, maybe those are interesting things. If there are emotions and other kind of linguistic clues. And yeah, named entities, are they mentioned? I mean, specific people being mentioned, that's interesting. Linguistic features like implicatives and assertives and hedges. There are things that are, you know, that you can try to pick in the language. And then another thing that's very important is, if you look into a debate, is the context, okay? So those sentences are not really there in isolation. Actually, the annotations of the claim buster, they were done in isolation at the individual sentence level. But if you really want to analyze the debate, there's some information that you can get also from the context. You can, those people are taking turns. You can see if they are mentioning an opponent, how the opponent actually reacts, how the public reacts, if there's a reaction, where's the position of this in the segment, and so on and so forth. And so, for example, if Trump says something about Hillary Clinton, okay, that's probably kind of likely more interesting, because he claims something, and the other way around. And there are other things that you can look into. So, for example, yeah, you can also check whether some of those claims that are made are similar to previously fact-checked claims, whether they're the same or maybe in the form and structure. And you can do discourse kind of analysis and so on and so forth, and look into discourse relations, topics, and contradictions. Contradictions are important. So, for example, if Hillary Clinton says something, okay, and Trump says, I didn't say that, I didn't say nuclear, okay, now they are arguing about it. I mean, this means that Trump finds this something important to, go after Clinton about. Well, maybe that's something that we should actually fact check, right? I mean, because they are arguing about it. Okay, so that's something that actually you get from the context, and similarity to previously fact checked claims, and of course context matters. Yeah, here are some numbers. If you look into this as a ranking task, right, kind of you want to rank the check-worthy claims as high as possible. If you exclude the context, you are losing about 4 points. And another thing that you can do is you can actually try to learn, okay, suppose that you want to mimic the decisions of one specific fact-checking organizations. Let's say I want to do fact-checking the way that, I don't know, let's say PolitiFact does it, okay, or the way that factcheck.org does it. Now, it's still interesting, and it's still, instead of trying to learn from their decisions, it might be still interesting to try to learn from the decision of all the 9 fact-checking organizations, and probably also any, okay? So, and there is certain gain into that. And yeah, so this system claim rank that does that. It works in English and in Arabic. And the clef check.web that I have been mentioning to you has extended this to more claims, and to not only to debates but also to speeches. And then in the following year, this went up. I mean, it was initially 5,000 in that work, then 9,000, and then went to 23,000. And now it's like 64,000 last year, and now this year it's growing even further. Okay, and now there's interviews and town halls and so on and so forth. Again, there's the shared task is ongoing. You can participate if you have interest in this task, and we are going to have a presentation here in this conference about the check that up in 2021. Okay, so we go next again to the what is worth fact checking, but this time in political TVs and shows. Okay, so some fact checking organizations are actually monitoring constantly what politicians say in TV shows. Those are very discussed in Twitter. So Full Fact, fact-checking organization in the UK, they have a paper in archive that is defining how what they consider fact-checking, and it's interesting. So they would say, okay, personal experience is definitely not a claim is definitely not. Mentioning a quantity, maybe it's interesting. Again, those things here in the middle, they can or can be not. I mean, kind of it depends how you think about it. But current laws of rules and operations, correlation and causation can be things too. In certain cases, predictions about the future can be fact-checkable. In many cases, they are not, but in certain cases, they are. So, for example, if I say, I don't know, let's say, if we do Brexit, we are going to save money to build, I don't know, let's say 10,000 hospitals. And then maybe you can do the math and you can kind of come up with the idea whether this is possible or not, right? If if this is not possible, then you can say, you know what, I mean, a hospital costs this much. And that's not a number that is possible. And then the third way to look into check worthiness is in tweets. Okay, so suppose you have a Twitter account. So he's a Twitter account of Eric Trump, and from the Trump organization, and he tweets many things. And you might be a journalist that is a fact checker that is following Twitter accounts of some famous people and politicians, and you might want to know. And then he trumps things like, oh, thank you, I was in Pennsylvania, in Milford, I don't know, things like that. And there's really nothing interesting here. But suddenly that person tweets this. Okay, since you not get this from the media, Donald Trump is actually donating his salary to help to fight the coronavirus. Okay, and and there's even a photo of the check, right? That Donald Trump is donating $100,000 to fight the coronavirus, and we can argue that's actually is a check-worthy claim. By the way, it's true. Donald Trump was donating his salary to combat COVID-19, right? But I mean, that is something that is interesting. And the question is, what makes this claim interesting compared to those claims? Okay. So the Clef Check That WAP last year tried to define the task and basically came up with those criteria. Okay, so maybe a check-worthy claim, maybe it has to be already popular and viral. Maybe it should contain verifiable, it definitely should contain a verifiable factual claim. Maybe it should be likely to be false. Maybe it should be of interest to the general public. Maybe it should be harmful. And maybe it should be worth fact-checking. So here are some examples. Breaking: Congress prepares to shutter Capitol Hall for coronavirus. Okay, that's probably interesting. But claims like China has 24 times more people than Italy, that's probably not interesting. Everyone coming out of corona is barista is probably not interesting, right? Or he's a prayer, right? And we had this also, the WAP also offered this in Arabic. And one thing to say is that if you actually try to address just this question, is this claim that should be fact-checked or not, you arrive at certain accuracy of your classifier. But if you actually try also to address those tasks as auxiliary questions, it turns out it can help you quite a lot. And here are some experiments, right, from an archive paper that is not published yet, but it shows that both in terms of accuracy and weighted F1, if you try to address just whether a claim should be fact-checked or not, as opposed to also trying to determine whether it's likely to be false, it's likely to be of general interest, and whether it's likely to be harmful, you can actually gain quite a lot. And again, this is a task that is there in the Clef Check That WAP. So there's a task there for political debates, but there's also a task on tweets. And that's offered in several languages, in Arabic, Spanish, English, and Bulgarian. Okay, so are there questions here so far?
There's nothing in the Q&A, but I don't know if somebody wants to ask a question now, even using the chat.
Okay, I mean, we can have a bigger discussion at the end of the tutorial. That's kind of, what we have planned. And at the end of the tutorial, we also have planned a practical session.
Wait a second, there's a person who said yes.
Okay.
I don't know whether then they should write the question Oh,
Okay.
the question is, how can I participate in CLEF?
Okay, how do you participate in CLEF? Okay, I will put here, well, I thought that this is something that, okay. To participate in CLEF, you first need to register. Here's the website. Okay, here's the website where you can register. By the way, let me kind of let me share a screen, no, so that I can show you. Okay, do you guys see?
Yes.
Okay, and there's WAPS registration, and you can actually, okay, yeah, and this is the WAP that I'm talking about actually. Yeah, I see now it's the most popular one, so the schedule is such that you can register until April 30th, and the actual competition ends in May 7th. So at the beginning of May is the actual competition where you submit predictions for your system. So, and here I'll put a link to the, so this is the web page of the WAP, and where there's all the information and the information for the tasks. And those have actually, they have their GitHub repositories where there's more information about the WAP. And there are format checkers, there are some baseline systems, there are scorers, and so on and so forth for all the tasks. Okay, stop sharing.
Okay, it's my turn now, unless there are more questions.
So Giovanni, you want to take over now?
Yes, I'm sharing my screen. So in the meantime, let me just say that it's really a pity that we cannot do this live, because Lucca is a very beautiful city. Okay, can you see my screen? Yes, okay. Just 1 second. And I can start. Okay, so Preslav already mentioned that one of the tasks is that is interesting task in the fact-checking pipeline is detecting whether a claim has already been fact-checked. And he already did a good job as motivating it. Let me just refresh quickly your memory. We had a collaboration with journalists from Al Jazeera, and when we were talking to them, they said that they were very, very interested in this task, so detecting whether a claim has already been fact-checked. And they said that this could be actually very almost revolutionary for a journalist, because that would allow to have like a real-time fact-checking. So like picture that there's a journalist interviewing maybe a politician, and he has a system that it can tell him whether something has been something that he said maybe is false, and gives him like a proof there, and he can then question the politician on the spot, and that obviously would be something really valuable for a journalist. So generally speaking, so the problem is there are two sides of this problem. So on one side, we tend to trust humans to do fact checking because they are more thorough, and we don't trust not all the, especially journalists and experts, they tend not to trust automatic system when they have to do some really deep reasoning to determine whether something is true or not. And of course, this is more true if you think about the real-time scenario I just told you. So if I'm a journalist and I'm interviewing a politician, and I would not rely on an automatic system that tells me that something that the politician has just said is true or not, just rely on what he said, because like it's real time, so maybe there's not a lot of time to check it. So that would be something that is not the main priority for a journalist, to have a system that does the full pipeline. On the other hand, as Preslav already showed before, doing manual fact checking tend to be very, very slow, and it's impossible to cover even a meaningful set of important claims that are being said, are being shared every day. So from these two different sides of the two different type of solutions. So the one side, the fully automated pipeline, and the other side, the just trusting humans to do fact checking. There in the middle comes the proposal of checking whether something has already been fact checked, because that would kind of serve as a middle ground between these two opposing solutions. So because on one side, if something has already been fact checked by a human, you can let's say you can trust that whatever, if you trust that organization and the person who did the fact checking, you can trust that the conclusion is correct. So if you have a system that is able just to tell whether a claim that has already been said is very similar to a claim that has already been fact checked, then you put the two together. You have a system that can be very fast and very efficient, and and at the same time very trustworthy. So, but first of all, like you might ask yourself a question like, okay, but if a claim has already been fact checked, who's gonna say that again? And surprisingly, actually, this is something that is very common, and this is an example from an article that was analyzing that Donald Trump has repeated the same claim, false claim, more than 80 times. Again, you can think, okay, maybe this is just a single person that does that, and actually this is not true. Actually, it seems to be quite common for politicians to repeat over and over their claims, and there's a psychological theories that support this, saying that the more you repeat something, and even if this is not true, the message, the more you repeat it, and the more you start to believe it. Your audience might start to believe it. And this is actually a technique that is very common and that has been used. And we're gonna talk about it later on during the tutorial. So this is something that is more common than one might think. Okay, so let me go a little bit more technical. So generally speaking, the idea is that we have a claim, and we want to have an idea whether this claim has already been verified. I'm going a little bit into details for this task, because this is going to be the object of a practical session that we're gonna have later on during the tutorial. So the way we defined the task was the following. You can follow if you look at the image on the right. It's pretty clear. So the idea is we start from an input claim, and we assume to have a large database of already fact-checked claims. So we have this database, we have the claim, and we have whether they are true or not. And usually there's also some article giving some more evidence explaining why the claim is correct or not. Then the idea is for each input claim, to take all the verified claims and rank them in such a way that the ones that are helpful to fact check the input claim should be put on top. Of course, now we're going to see some example. There can be more than one. But what is important is just to distinguish the ones that are helpful, that should be put on top, and the ones that are not helpful should be ranked lower. And the idea of modeling this as a ranking task, because it can serve more than one use case. So on one side, there could be the example that I gave you, the real-time journalists. And in that case, they'd be interested in, if this is real-time, they might be interested in having to check quickly whether the top one or two maybe are actually the helpful or not. Because it is real-time, they won't have time to go through a longer list. But there are other use cases. So Preslav was mentioning before that fact-checking organization, they really want to avoid to duplicate their work. So they really want to avoid to check something that has already been fact-checked, either by themselves or by other companies. So in that case, they can allow, because they're not working on real time, they can allow to check a longer list of claims. So treating this as a classification task would not serve all the possible use cases. Okay, so now we have defined the problem. This is detailed in an ACL paper by Shah and et al. In 2020. So these are some examples of input claim on the left side and corresponding verified claims on the right side. So at first you might think that this is that might be quite an easy task. So you might think, oh, this is it's just a matter of doing some string matching, soft string matching, and that's it. But actually, this is not always the case. There are some really tricky cases. So if you look at the first row, that's an easy case because the claim has been repeated verbatim. The already verified claim has been repeated exactly as the input claim. But if you look at the second and the third row, you can see that actually in that case the claims are phrased quite differently. So the concept, the meaning is the same, but they are phrased a little bit differently. So one says Hillary wants to give amnesty, and the other says wants to have open borders. And it's not easy to connect the two. It takes some knowledge and reasoning to connect the two. And the example on line 3, the already verified claim is more specific than the input claim, but it's talking about the same. It is the same claim basically. And there are other special cases. For example, the last two rows, the input claim is actually composed of two claims. So in order to check whether these two claims have already been fact-checked, we need to retrieve two claims from our list of already verified claims. So the first one is about advocating for Gaddafi to be taken out, and there was an already verified claim that actually Trump said that. And then there's a second part saying that Trump did business with Gaddafi, and there was another claim verified that was actually showing that. So in this case, there are two verified claims that need to be retrieved in order to show that the input claim is completely verified. And you can see that then the problem can become, the task can become quite tricky. So more to check how many, so now I just give you some examples of qualitative examples of simpler cases and more complicated cases, just to have a quantitative idea. We computed the TF-IDF score. We computed TF-IDF representation of the input claim and the verified claim, and we did the cosine matching, and we looked what was the values of the cosine matching, and we grouped according to three different thresholds. So the high would be the meaning that the two claims are way similar. And it turns out that most of the claims are actually not very similar to each other. So we consider two studies. One is, we consider claims extracted from two sources. One was PolitiFact, and the other one was Snoops. And they both are similar in terms of the results. And apparently, most of the claims, they don't share a lot of terms, and this is more evident for Snoops. And this shows that like a simple matching would not suffice to solve the problem. So this was a new task, so there has to be collect data, and so we collected the set of already verified claims. We had 16,000 from PolitiFact and 10,000 from Snoops. And from we could get from this pairs of input claims and corresponding verified claims that would these are claims that would help match prove whether the input claim is correct or not. And we have 700 for PolitiFact and 1,000 for Snoops. But notice that for each of these, we had to re-rank all the 16,000 and put that one or two that was corresponding on top. Okay, so this task has two components. One is more IR component in which we have to do the retrieval and the initial ranking, and there's a second. There might be a second re-ranking phase where we pay more attention, maybe with more computational power, to the top ranked terms after the ones that are clearly not related have been filtered in the previous phase. So we have some we used some baseline. The first was an IR baseline. So we used BM25 to match input claim against the fact-checking article of the verified claim. And from this was by itself a baseline, and then we move on from this, and we extracted some features that will be used to learn a proper ranking. So some of these features were extracted using, again, BN25, matching the input claim and the verified claim, or by matching the input claim with the title of the article of the verified claim. And also it has been used sentence BERT to obtain a representation of the input claim and the verified claim, and then getting a score with the cosine similarity. And the same was repeated with the title of the article or of the verified claim. For PolitiFact only, we could use the body of the article. So we also in that case we also used we also computed BN25 similarity between the input claim and the body of the verified claim, like the full article about the verified claim. Similarly, we use again sentence BERT, but in this case we consider all the sentences of the article of the verified claim first, but we took only the best matching, the n best matching one, and we used those scores, the cosine similarity scores, as features. Finally, we used this representation in terms of scores as features for a re-ranking system, which we used rank SVM with an RBF kernel. So these are some of the results on PolitiFact, and we have the IR baseline, and then just using sentence BERT, using the top n sentences, the score with the top n sentences for the body of the article, and finally using the re-ranker, we see that there's quite a boost. So it is important to do the re-ranking after after having the initial ranking, and the same applies to Snoops. And in this case, the difference is even more significant. Okay, so if you like the task, we're gonna have a practical session by the end of the tutorial. You can find the material to follow. In the practical session, we'll show you how to implement basically this system that I described here briefly. And you can find the material to follow live on the notebook that we're gonna use on the website of the tutorial. That's there. And if you really like the task, as Preslav was saying, this is one of the tasks of at Clef, and you can go there, and you have time until May to win the to have the best system. So if you have some ideas, you can try your luck. So the system I was describing is only based on text, but it has been extended to a multimodal context, because as the authors of the paper Nguyen Vo published in EMLP 2020 show, there's some information also in the image, and this information can be actually text that is written inside the image that can be extracted, that can be available, or can be information that comes from the image itself. So what they did was to, well, in this case, combine the text. In this example, we keep your promise, Barak, with a text that is extracted. It is extracted from the image, I won't leave Trump is selected, and also use the image itself to see whether this claim from Obama has already been verified or not. The system is quite complex. So the image part is here on the right side. So the goal is to check whether the image corresponds to an image from that is taken from an article which says whether the claim is true or not. So the idea is try to match the image with the image that you can find in the article that fact checked the claim, and he uses ResNet to get a representation, a vectorial representation of the two images, and then it does the matching and obtains one visual feature. For the textual part, there are multiple components. Actually, it's easy to follow. It's easier to follow them if you start from the first level. There are mainly three components. So one is that looks about the similarity between the sentences of the input claim and the verified claim in terms of overlap. Then they have a specific component to resolve polysemy, so terms that have multiple meaning, and try to resolve them from the context. And they also claim that it is important to, since this is mostly claims that are found in multimedia, there can be typos or words not written properly. So it is important to have a component to resolve the typos. And all these three representations are fit together, and then they are inputs of a neural network that finally has a score of similarity between the image and between the input claim and the verified claim. And they showed that there is an increase of performance of almost 5 points, but using all these multiple channel of information over the baseline that they have used there. Okay, I think this is a good time to take a break and see if there's any question.
Actually, there are two questions, Giovanni.
Okay.
And actually there are three, but kind of the last two are by Jochen Leidner, and I don't know if you can see them. Maybe you can try to address them.
Okay, just
that's about your part.
Okay, the first one says, are there known cases where anti-fraud fact-checking technologies are used in wide public? So maybe some tools embedded in web browsers that you can click on news articles and it is automatically fact check on something like that. I'm not aware of any such.
Actually, I mean, Giovanni, can you take the other two questions? I can come back to this one.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So is most current work sentence level? It seems it's a propositional level task, and there should be some merit in obtaining a logical representation out of the text before deciding. So as I was showing, so we take into account the full, when it is available, we take into account the full article of the verified claim. But we do it at sentence level. That is correct. And what we did was getting this similarity scores, having a logical representation, and maybe applying some method for reasoning could really improve the performance. I agree. but this is a new task. So this, as far as I know, this has never tried. Yeah. So it might be a useful something that can be tried, of course.
Yeah. Okay. So I can say that. Okay. Definitely, modeling going beyond the current sentence makes sense, because in many cases, I don't know, we have prepositions, we have things, and sometimes understanding the sentence requires larger context, and so on and so forth. So kind of understanding the sentence in a wider context is important, and it's something that okay, we have been looking at, and we know it helps. So it's a good idea, right? But that's work under review, so we don't really want to go in much detail. I mean, that's also kind of why Giovanni was more defensive here. Yeah. And here the second question is what?
I'm reading.
Yeah.
Are you aware of work that focuses on the way the claims are connected to achieve an overall aim rather than checking individual claims? Techniques from rhetorical parsing are applicable here. I
think that this kind of goes a little bit. Okay. This is somehow. I mean, okay. So here, the if I read properly, it's about the intent, right? It's about kind of using a rhetorical structure to achieve a goal, and that's something about persuasion propaganda techniques that Giovanni is going to talk more about this, right? So if I understand the question correctly.
And yeah, and as far as I know, most of the work focuses on single claims. So there hasn't been a work that tries to extract like overall intent from a set of claims, maybe from the same person or not. That maybe something related, I don't know, maybe computing the bias as something that goes slightly in that direction, but not really the intent from a set of claims. I think that most of the times they have been analyzed in isolation. That was main focus, just to say whether a single claim was true or not.
So okay, part of the thing is where you get the data for this, no? So the data that we get for detecting previously fact-checked claims, it comes from fact-checking organizations. Let's say Snoops has been fact-checking something with Twitter, or here, actually, okay, what was presented was PolitiFact and you know, checking claims in a political debate, no? And of course, as we have been saying, they are focusing on whether it's true or not, right? Only on factuality. And this question is more about the intent, right? About achieving goals and so on and so forth. And that part, I mean, you don't really have good annotation for intent, right? What the person wanted to achieve. But again, this what is being achieved is being achieved through specific kind of persuasion techniques. And there is going to be something in this tutorial is going to show you. Yeah.
I mean, if I can add briefly, it's going to be very hard to find this data, because if you ask fact-checking organization, they really don't want to tell anything about what is the intent behind the person, because that would mean that they take a side, and they really want to show that they are objective and when they analyze a claim. Okay, there was this one more question about the re-ranker for fact-checking searcher. Did you need to inject much training data into this, like for the rank SVM? We have used the data that we had available there. So we had all the pairs of input claim and verified claims. So we had for each input claim, we had, if in the case of PolitiFact, we have 16,000, of which only few of those were matching, were relevant for the input claim. And actually, yeah, there was quite a big training set. So that's one of the reasons why we use a simple set of features initially.
If I may interject
Yes.
here, for the rank SVM, what we did was, so the problem with just using the entire, data set of like the pairs is that you would end up with a lot of negative examples, and then your data would be very unbalanced. So to avoid that, what we did, we selected the top 100, basically the top 100 retrieved verified claims from Elasticsearch, and then whether or not we found the correct verified claim, we just we don't add them later, so we don't include them. So for each input sentence, we have 100 pairs, and then we rank those. So if the data set had like 700 input sentences, for training, the data for training would be 700 times, 700 to rank.
Right. I mean, I can say here, right, about the re-ranking that it's the usual balance between do you want a long list or do you want a short list, right? And if you have a long list, then a longer list, you have a higher chance of having a positive example in the end best list. But if it's like too long, then you have too many things that you can promote to go higher, and then it becomes a harder task. So, and that's always an empirical question asked. You guys in the information retrieval community know this very well, right? Kind of when you do the ranking, how long is the list? Well, I mean, do you rank top 10, top 20, top 100, top 50? It really depends, right? I mean, kind of you decide this on a dev set. And actually, I think those numbers were different when we were doing this in Snoops and in political debates, because in one case, I think it was 20, the other was 50, if I'm not mistaken. So. Okay, so this another question that is in the, okay, there are like 3 more questions. One came directly to the panelists from Jennifer Biggs, and is asking, is there any work rating or estimating the difficulty of fact-checking task on each input? That's a very interesting question. I'm not aware of any work that tries to estimate the hardness of fact-checking. This is something that is there. This kind of work was done in relation to machine translation, right? Trying to predict whether, given sentence would be translated well by an automatic system, or you should send it to human translators. Actually, that's a very interesting task formulation, but I have not seen any work on that. So there's another question from Iknur Singh. I'll read it. Hi, Preslav and Giovanni. Thanks for the brilliant presentation. Don't you think we need to have a mandatory field for claim statement in the claim review schema so that we can do verified claim retrieval on that instead of doing sentence level retrieval on complete body of article on the title text? As far as I know, except claims KG, we don't have a complete data set of all debunks from all fact-checking websites to do retrieval from. Okay. So what I can tell is that Google actually, they have a search engine for verified claims, as indexed by the claims review of the claim review schema. But the last time that I have tried it, they were still doing the usual keyword based matching, right? So which means that if you enter there a full claim, it cannot really match it to anything, because I mean, this is how Google normally works, right? It's just like the standard search. They just index it and it's kind of, they treat it as a standard retrieval task. Of course, Google and many other companies these days are migrating to using representations based on BERT, right, and transformers, which means that they can now, they are departing, or they are mixing classical retrieval models with more semantic matching ones, which means that they can actually have that. And I know that at least some part of the queries these days are served in this way. So I don't know much about the specific search in this tool for that is retrieving. But it's a cool tool because it also retrieves things in different languages and so on and so forth. But I'm not sure what they actually do, right? I think that they probably do just index the entire document, and we have seen that it pays to chop it into different segments and do separate matching against the title, against the verified claim, against the top end, and so on and so forth. And yeah, actually take a little bit of advantage of the structure of the document.
But anyway, I mean, the title and the body of the article are additional information that we have used, but we were able to retrieve the actual verified claim. So we use that as well in our system.
Yeah. So
of course, it's a bit annoying because, I mean, you have to know how to crawl it from the website, but there are not so many fact-checking websites so far. So that's kind of still doable. There was another question, Preslav.
Yes, so let me take this one, right? I mean, this is the Bajnikova Babakov, right? On the okay, so the question is: are there any known cases when anti-fraud fact-checking technologies are used in wide public? Maybe some tools embedded in web browser, such as you can click on news article and it's automatically fact-checked or something like that. If yes, is the tool widely used in the public? So what I can tell you is that in the rest of the presentation, we are going to talk about some practical tools, right? But I can immediately show you some things now here. Actually, do you see my browser?
Yes.
Okay. So let's see. I mean, I don't know. Do you see now CNN coming? Yes? This is the correct browser? No.
I see Google.
You see Google. I don't know what I shared. Okay. Let me go back and see what could be wrong here. Okay. I don't know how to stop. Okay. I'm sharing who knows what. Maybe
it's already 10:30. Should we maybe take a break now and answer this question after the break?
It will just take a couple of minutes.
Okay.
You know? Yeah. Let's just, I mean, okay. So, okay. Do you see now?
CNN, yes.
Yes, okay. And we actually do have a browser like that. That's the TMB browser, right? That is going to tell you, give you some information about the political ideology of the website, its factuality, whether it's high or mixed, the framing, like political, economic, cultural identity, and the degree of propaganda content. And actually, you can go here and you can, I mean, you can install this browser plugin, right? And we can give you a link to that MB system. And so this is CNN, right? And this is the profile that we have about them. And yeah, so to what extent they are central, are they propagandistic? You see that kind of the vast majority of the articles we have analyzed, I don't know, more than 40,000 are really very unlikely to be propaganda. And then we have, you know, the framing, political, economic, and then to what extent we believe they are factual. And for this, we are looking into different aspects. I'm going to talk about that. We're looking into what they publish, how they self-represent in social media, what is there even in their YouTube channels, not only what they say, but how they say it. Are there a lot of emotions there? And how people talk about them in social media, and so on and so forth. And their leading political ideology, center, left, somehow left. The bias of their audience, their bias with respect to specific topics. You know, I don't know, gun control, climate change, COVID-19, and things like that. And we have those kinds of things. We have this TMB system. Let me see if I can go to the so that as you're reading the news, right? I mean, it's a news aggregator, something like Google News. But if, as I'm reading, I can actually click and I can get this information about the profile. And this is fully automatically generated, right? So you see RT, that's the Irish BBC. It's kind of very, very central. There's almost no propaganda, quite clean. A lot of politics, that's the framing. Yeah, quite trustworthy. Really center, a little bit left. You can see it in a 7-point scale. Their audience is quite balanced, things like that. And we have other tools, right? So that you can use. I mean, I think that the closest to what Nikolai is asking is this browser plugin, right? But of course, another system that you can actually use, right? I'm jumping a little bit ahead, but this is something that you know, maybe Giovanni can show later, but I'll just kind of tell you that this exists, right? And it's something where you can open and, you know, it shows you what kind of propaganda techniques can be used. And, you know, it can highlight things for you. And what you can do, sorry. And you can also kind of submit a specific text. You can say, I don't know, this is the best demo ever. Okay, sorry. You can actually kind of give here a URL, extract the text from a specific article, and he's going to tell you that's an exaggeration, right? So kind of this is the specific techniques that are being used. And yeah, okay, so the other thing the final thing that I can tell is that we have many things exposed as APIs, and those are things that, you know, if you have interest in, you can actually go and you can use. There's propaganda at the article level. If you give it a text of an article, it's going to tell whether it's propagandistic or not and to what extent. And this kind of sentence level propaganda with these spans that Giovanni is going to tell you later about, and bias, left, center, right, for an article is going to be, and then we have check worthiness. If you give it an article, it's going to tell which are the most interesting claims. We have comparison to previously fact-checked claims. If you give it a document, it's going to tell what are the claims that it have been previously fact-checked. And we have things related to COVID-19. I mean, I don't know, let's say, it's, again, kind of jumping ahead, but, you know, it can tell you whether a tweet contains verifiable factual claim and you know, and to what extent it's likely to be false and whether it's, you know, should be fact-checked, check-worthy and stuff like that. So, I mean, we have tools like that. I mean, how widely they are used, probably not that widely. And there are several other tools that we're going to cover in the tutorial. And I'm looking to stop sharing the screen.
Okay, I think it's time to take a break, and maybe we can continue after the break.
Mm-hmm. Yep, let's take a break. Hello, should we be back now?
I guess
I think
so.
it's time, no?
Yes.
We should, okay, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Earphones for better sound. Maybe we should start, right, in the interest of time.
I think so, yeah.
Yes, okay, let's do that. Let's do that. Okay, so let me go and open the slides. Okay.
Oh, let me just say before you start that I put the slides on the website of the tutorial. If you go there and you look at tutorial material, you click and you find the slides there. I can paste again the link of the website in the chat.
Okay, so yeah, please do. Do you guys see my screen? And again, which mode do you see?
I see the slides.
Okay, that's good. So kind of not the presenter. Okay, that's good. Yeah, now I have, I'm trying to find out where we were. Okay. We are going into fact checking. Let's see how we go there. Do you guys see now well the slides?
Yes.
Okay. So fact checking, right? I mean, let's now go directly into fact checking. So far we have been like talking primarily on tools that can make fact checkers more productive. Now we're talking about end-to-end fact checking. And so if you think about fact checking, right? So how is it done? Well, you have a claim, and then you look up information somewhere. It can be in social media, how users react, can be in some database, can be in a knowledge graph, can be in Wikipedia, right? Can be in documents published on the web. And then you analyze them and you come up with an idea whether this is supported or not. And what is good here is that if you do this using an evidence, let's say from some knowledge graph or a database, you have something that is highly accurate and also highly explainable. The problem is that it assumes that you do have that the claim that you are checking can be fact checked using such kind of information. And that's not always the case, no? So for example, imagine if the claim is, I don't know, the economy of Italy shrunk by 20% last year because of COVID-19 pandemic. I mean, whether this is true or not, you can go and you can check right in somewhere, maybe in Wikipedia, maybe in certain statistics database, right? That's something that you can actually check. But if the claim is there was a bomb in this little village in the mountains in Italy 5 minutes ago, well, that's not something that you have in your database. No, it's something just happened. I mean, you cannot really fact check it. So, I mean, what I'm saying is evidence-based. Well, I mean, the evidence has to exist in the first place. No, so that's a limitation. But I mean, if you can find it, well, it's explainable because you can point to the piece of information that makes you think this is true or not. No, if you find a different number, that's something good. And then the other is like contextual fact checking, where so you have a claim and it's okay, you might want to check whether this is the language sounds like fake news, whether it's coming from a reliable source or not. You're kind of just like trying to, you know, to come up with a different way of estimating whether you can trust it. Do we trust the source? Is the language kind of propagandistic? And then other reputable sources, I don't know, let's say Reuters, do they agree or disagree with the claim? Or do bad websites agree or disagree with the claim? And then is the account that has issued the claim or this commenting is likely to be a troll, to be a bot, and stuff like that. So kind of you're trying just like to look into different things that might make you think whether this is likely to be false or likely to be true. And you're putting everything together. The good thing is that here you don't really need a specific database, so you can, in general, fact check any claim. After a while, maybe, I don't know, maybe users start in social media start arguing about it, and you can see their reactions also over time. Or chances are that some mainstream media are going to start commenting on it, obviously after some time. But the good thing is that kind of you are covering a larger set of claims compared to those that are answerable using a pre-existing database. No, the downside is that that's less explainable. I mean, you just say, I mean, okay, what is the explainability here? Yeah, some of the comments are coming from trolls, and this is not a super reliable source and things like that. Those are all good indicators, right, that are voting. But you know, it's kind of a little bit somehow less explainable. And of course, there's a lot of work on explainability and justification and so on and so forth. And actually, this whole area of work, which is now emerging, will be kind of covered very little in this tutorial. Okay, so let me start with fact-checking claims using Wikipedia. But before that, we have here done a little bit of grouping about fact-checking. Roughly speaking, of course, it's an oversimplification, but dividing it into explainable and non-explainable. And let's say mostly explainable and mostly non-explainable. So finding that the current claim has been previously fact-checked, right? That's detecting previously fact-checked claims. We have already covered this. Giovanni covered it. The other thing is fact-checking against Wikipedia. You can fact-check against tables. You can fact-check against knowledge graphs. Those are more or less explainable because you can like point to a specific place in a trusted place. Okay, and then non-explainable. There are things that looking into the text, into the style, into the perplexity, different kind of language model, information from the web and from social media. And there are, of course, methods that combine those two. Let me start with fact-checking claims against Wikipedia. So there is this initiative called Fever. They had already so far 3 workshops, and they're going to have a 4th this year upcoming on fact extraction and verification. And they had this shared task and data set. So they have quite a few, as you can see, I mean, quite a large number of about 200,000 claims that have been supported or refuted. And the task is, okay, so I give you a claim and you need to fact check it using Wikipedia. And what you do, you go and you retrieve documents and you decide for each of the documents whether it's relevant with respect to this claim. And then you go and maybe you extract passages or individual sentences, and you decide for each of them whether it's relevant or not. And on top of this, you try to decide whether it supports, it agrees or disagrees with the claim. And basically, at the end of the day, you make a verdict whether it supports, the claim is supported, refuted, or there is not enough information. Okay, and that's the general pipeline. Now, one good thing about this dataset is huge. One downside of this dataset is that it's manually made. So actually, the hardest part in constructing this kind of dataset is how to come up with a claim. And the way it was done is they were showing a web page, kind of a Wikipedia page, to human annotators, and they are asking them, okay, make up some claim about this page. Okay, and people were making up some claim, and you can argue how realistic this is and how similar this is to the claims that people normally make, I don't know, in social media or politicians in debates. I mean, that's a different story. But the cool thing is that it's really, really big, okay? Compared to others, we have seen that others have, I don't know, 10,000 claims. And here we have another of magnitude more. And another thing is, interesting thing is that it's certain percentage of the questions, the majority of the questions can be answered using one Wikipedia page, but some questions require a multi-hop fact-checking, which is you need to extract information from more than one page. So, for example, here we have all the Rodney King riots took place in the most populous county in the USA, and actually in one page you find out that those riots happened in Los Angeles County, and in another page you need to find that Los Angeles County is the most populous county in the USA, to be able to connect the two and to answer. just like to show you some recent work on that I mean, there has been a lot of work on this. That's a very popular task. But just like to give you one example of, how you can address this from ECIR last year. You start with this same sentence that I have shown you, and then you find, okay, you do the retrieval and whatever, you come up with this sentence that you believe is relevant. And then here you establish some connection between the riots and Los Angeles County. And then from the other sentence, from the other document, you find a connection between Los Angeles County and the most popular county in the USA. And then you also need to find out that these riots and those riots are the same, in this county are the same, and there are those links. And basically you establish this connection. And the way that you do that is you use semantic row labeling to parse the individual sentences with respect to different verbs. So for example, here we have with respect to the verb noun, you have argument one is the riots, the other one is the Los Angeles riots, and you have the other verb, and basically you are connecting their arguments, right, in those semantic row labeling parses. I mean, I don't have time to go into too much detail, but we have like XLNet with graph distance, then you have like graph convolutional neural networks that are reasoning over those representations. And in the end of the day, you end up with a verdict. And there are several other interesting models, right, that are modeling the retrieval part and that are modeling the reasoning part and the representation part for this task. So there was a second iteration of Fever, that's Fever 2.0, where it was more like adversarial setup. It was build it, break it, fix it. So the first part of the competition was participants were asked to build systems that are solving the task. And then there were, on the second part, people were invited to generate adversarial examples that are going to break those systems. And finally, there were fixers. So people were supposed to build systems given those original systems and adversarial examples. Actually, those builders were kind of supposed to try to fix their systems using these adversarial examples. Okay, so let me move on to the next. There's fact-checking a claim using tables. Okay, so there's this nice data set. It's from last year, IClear 2020, where people said, okay, let's do fact-checking using tables. And Wikipedia has a lot of tables, and there's this William Wang and his group and students have created this collection of 16,000 Wikipedia tables that have and 180,000 statements that were generated by humans based on those tables. And the task is, okay, so to prove or disprove the statement given the table. So here, certain kind of statements. So for example, there are 5 candidates in total, 2 of them are Democrats and 3 of them are Republicans. That's refuted, and so on and so forth. And the way this is done is done in 2 steps. The first part is retrieving relevant data using kind of Lisp engine and logical representation and so on and so forth. And I'll skip this part. This kind of identifying what are the interesting things to retrieve, the interesting tables, the interesting columns, and so on. And the part that is probably kind of more interesting is what you do afterwards, and with this retrieved record. So basically, you retrieve certain records that you believe might be relevant to the query, and now you want to find to decide whether it's true or not. And what you do is actually you take those records and you concatenate them. You convert them into a pseudo-human language representation. So kind of you say, oh, row 1 game is 51. Okay. Date is February 3rd, 2019, and Florida, and whatever, and the score is 3-4. So basically, you come up with a natural language way to say what is written in this line. Okay. And then you have a birth representation based on that. Yeah, and then you reason over this, and you try to come up with a decision. So that's kind of reasoning over tables. And then, yeah, so similar things. This is reasoning over databases where you might want, okay, so if you want to come up with something to check, okay, in 2017, global electricity demand grew by 3%. That's kind of a different system that looks into, okay, so first I need to find out which is the table that I'm interested in. Then I need to find out the year. I need to find out specific interesting named entities. And then maybe I need to come up with a formula that is going to do certain kind of calculations based on the data that I have. Okay, so here, for example, yeah, I mean, I have certain ratio between, you know, the value in 2016 and the value in 2017, and then it actually grew by 3%. And this kind of, you know, in which years and so on and so forth, right? So there's a system that actually can generate these kind of formulas and select things and so on. And there's a demo actually. It's a cool demo. You can check Corona check at Eurocom. So it can even highlight for you what the problem is. If you say there are 800 cases in China, it says, okay, it's not 800, right? So on and so forth. So the next thing, fact-checking a claim using knowledge graphs, right? That's again going in the somewhat explainable. And I mean, I'm kind of more giving you an overview and maybe just one or two systems. I don't really have the time to go into much detail, but just like to give you an idea about how fact-checking can be done. And so here, this is about a trace system, and it takes as an input a query something like Sadiq Khan is a mayor of London, and you need to check whether this is true. And okay, so there's you can consult a knowledge graph, things like Iago, DBpedia, and so on. You can consult a collection of documents where you try to identify, you kind of rewrite this as query in different ways, and you try to find relevant documents. Then you have rules, logical rules that you can use. For example, if you're a citizen, you know, I mean, of something, and you know, there's a mayor and a capital, and so on, and kind of you can start like reasoning there. And at the end of the day, you can come up with an explanation. You come up with a decision, but you also can generate an explanation. You say, oh, I think it's true because Sadiq Khan is the mayor of London, and London is the capital of UK. And then based on whatever, actually, I think I have it here. Okay, you can have a mixture of rules that you apply and text and yeah. So here, for example, okay, Sadiq Khan is mayor of London. This is something that you have extracted from text, and UK has capital, London as its capital. That's coming from the knowledge base, and then he's the rule that was applied. And this is one explanation about how you came up with a decision. Yeah, that's one more like logical way to logic-based way to come up with to reason over knowledge graphs and representations that are extracted from texts, kind of facts that are extracted from text on the fly, relevant with respect to a query, and rules. And then if you go into the kind of hard to explain decisions, there has been work on trying to fact check a claim based on the claims text only. So for example, early work on this is, let's say, WireWire Pens on Fire dataset. That's one of the large scale ones. I mean, they are larger now, but it's still kind of one of the bigger ones. It's almost 13,000 claims from PolitiFact. And so yeah, we have claims, and you need to come up with an idea whether this claim is true or not. Okay, and yeah, and that's about yeah, and what is being done here is you have just the text of the claim, and you have some metadata who has said it. It was said by Trump, who is a Republican. and you come up with some convolutional neural network to encode the original claim, and then some BioSTM and convolution, and then BioSTM to combine the information from the claim and from the metadata, and you try to reason over this and to come up with a prediction. I mean, but it's really not using any evidence from anywhere. It's just using the claim, the text of the claim itself, and some idea about who is saying it. Okay, it's kind of a poor model, early model. And again, kind of looking into the text, right? How much you can get from the text. So this is a new work that was just accepted at Nakov, to be published soon. Misinformation has higher perplexity. I kind of like this idea. So you have a claim like 5G communication transmits COVID-19, okay? Or the main way the COVID-19 spreads is through respiratory droplets. The idea is this: if I have claims about something, what I can do is I can go and I can retrieve many documents that are about these claims, okay? And then I can train a language model on those, right? And then I can just run, this is a very simple idea, I can just run the claim in question through the language model, and I can check its perplexity, right? And if it has high perplexity, I mean, if I have high quality documents that are talking about COVID-19, right? And I throw it in the claim that COVID-19 is spread through respiratory droplets, the model is not so surprised because it has seen similar things being said. But if I say that 5G communication transmits COVID-19, the model is very surprised, the language model, because it has never seen something like that. I mean, some similar claims in the text. Right, and it's very simple. You just train a language model. You don't need to do anything specific. And I can show you here certain additional examples, right, of perplexity. Yeah, those are high perplexity terms, all kinds of conspiracies, and you can also see the order of magnitude of the perplexities for the fake and for the bad and for the good claims. Okay. And of course, again, kind of going back to continuing to the language models, there's this very nice work on language models as knowledge bases, where the idea is, okay, so traditionally, what people have been doing is they'll build a knowledge base, okay, that, let's say, I don't know, it would say that Dante is born in Florence, no? And if I ask, okay, where is Dante born, right? It would go and would check and would say, okay, Florence, right? So just like go and check the knowledge base. And it turns out that you can use language models in a similar way. So you just have a language model, something, let's say BERT. Actually, I'm not so sure. I don't fully agree that BERT is a language model, but it's a different story. Because it's not really optimizing a language model objective. It's more like masked language model. So it is some kind of language model, but not the classical language model, because it cannot really generate a sentence directly. It cannot assign a probability to a full sentence. That's the main thing that a language model does. But okay, that's more like a philosophical remark. I mean, it's okay to talk about BERT as a language model. I'm not super comfortable with it, but it's not completely inaccurate. Okay, and then okay, but what you can do is you can say Dante was born in and mask. Okay, and you mask the word that you care about, and you see what is the top one answer proposal that BERT is going to propose for you, and that's the mask language model. Okay, therefore the mask is going to be, and you expect to get Florence, and if this was trained on good data from Wikipedia and so on and so forth, you can actually use it to query. No? And yeah, that's basically turning a language model into an implicit knowledge base, which is a very cool idea in my view. And then and people have used this for fact checking. So for example, I don't know, you want to check the claim Tim Roth is an English actor. Okay, and you can go and you can start masking words one at a time. I don't know, you can say Tim Roth is an English mask. And you ask BERT to tell you what it predicts here. It says actor. Okay, this is actor, and is this the same word? Or if you want, you can use textual entailment. Is this claim entailing this one or the other way around? And you know, you can aggregate this evidence and come up with an idea whether it is supported or not. And again, this is just, okay, so I mean, here it was just about perplexity, right? So here it was just like the claim itself. Here was perplexity. Here we have an additional knowledge that comes in the form of documents, and here was also kind of additional knowledge that comes in the form of just like a general language model. And here the nice thing is that you can also offer certain kind of partial explainability. You can point to the specific word that is not supported. Going into something more interesting, fact-checking claims using the web, right? So that's again kind of somewhat early work from 2017. Okay, early, but it's kind of a relatively new field, so that's relatively early work, right? Where the idea is, okay, I have a claim and I want to check it using information from the web. And the idea is, okay, so I have a claim. What I do is I go and I retrieve documents from the web, and then I try to determine the stance of each of those documents with respect to the claim. Do they agree, disagree with the claim, or maybe just discuss? And then maybe I also take into account, do I trust these links, these documents? And kind of I put these websites where those documents come from, or this specific document, do I trust it? And then to what extent it supports it. So the idea is that maybe if a good website supports the claim, that's a good signal. Or if a bad website supports the claim, maybe that's a bad signal, something like that. And you aggregate this information and you come up with a verdict. Of course, the model can get a little bit more complex. You might want to check those opinions over time, and you can kind of want to model. Okay, so I have the web source, and I have the article. Maybe I have multiple articles. Maybe I have multiple claims. Maybe I have development over time. You can make it a little bit more complex. Another thing is fact-checking for community question answering. It's again using, in a way, the web. There was a competition on that at SEMEVAL 2019. So here the idea is, okay, I have a forum. In this forum, somebody is asking a question, and then you want to check whether the answers to this question in the forum are true or not. And the first thing to think about is, okay, is this even a factual question in the first place? No. So this is something to pay attention to before you even go fact checking, right? In a community question answering forum, before you fact check the answer, maybe you should first check, is this even a serious question? So because if the question is, okay, how, what is the penalty if I jump on red, white? That's a factual thing. If you have, what was your first car? I mean, what is there to fact check to such a question? That's socializing. Or what is the good veterinary in Doha? And I tell you something, but how do you fact check this answer, right? I mean, that's an opinion question. There is no objective way to say who is a good veterinary and who is not. I mean, or maybe not, arguably not. So only those that are factual questions are probably ones that you should fact check. And then, okay, so here you have one such factual question. Okay, can I extend my visit visa beyond 6 months? Okay, and then, so now you have a serious question. It's asking about factual information, and then you have answers that are, factual, because they can be socializing, they can be like accusing other users or socializing or saying thank you, right? You want to filter those out, and then at the end of the day, you have like factual answers to factual questions, and then you can actually reason whether this is true or false. Okay. And how do you solve such a task, right? Of course, you can look into the answer, what is said, how it's said, what is the language being used. You can try to model the author. Is it trustworthy or not? You can try to find out which part of the forum it said. Certain parts are probably more trustworthy and others are less. Others kind of more like socializing and so on. And then maybe look for external support from the web and you combine all this information. Okay, another interesting thing about fact-checking, another aspect is, in addition to forums, it's fact-checking claims about images. Okay, so here it's a pair. Here the task is I give you a claim. An image shows a Tesla vehicle in space, and here's the image, and here's the claim. And you need to tell me whether this claim about this image is true or not. And in this case, we have a real image, and we have a true claim. That is a real image of a Tesla being thrown in space. So here we have this photo of of Putin aggressively pulling the US President Barack Obama by the tie, right? And actually, both the claim here is false and the image has been manipulated. Okay, this didn't happen, right? Yeah, and then you can have like true claims, but you know, I mean, real images, but false claims. So, for example, here it shows a photograph shows a palm-sized rabbit. Actually, this is not a palm-sized rabbit; it's a toy. It's not a real rabbit, right? So the image is real; it was not manipulated, but the claim about it is false. Right? So this is really about factuality, right? Because, I mean, this here, I would not say that disinformation, right? I mean, that would be misinformation. Because disinformation is if there is a malicious intent. But I mean, what can be the malicious intent behind this, no? Here, I would say there's disinformation because you do have malicious intent here, right? I mean, to say something about, you know, to look the President Barack Obama look bad or Putin look bad or whatever, right? I mean, you do have a malicious intent here. And how do you get data for these images and claims? Okay, there are different ways. So here's one specific work from EMNLP, 2019. And that's using Snoops, right? Snoops has a photography section where you can get about 1,000 examples that are some are true and some are false. And then you also have the claim about them and the verdict whether it's true or false. And of course, the problem is that most of the images there are false. So if you want to balance it, maybe you want to get images from somewhere else. And one way is to go maybe in Reuters looking pictures of the year. So you also have certain kind of description and also an image and also, and here those are all true. And you can probably mix those two. That's a little bit dangerous because here maybe the language used is a little bit different, but still it's useful if you want to balance the data. And how do you address the task? I'm not going to go into much detail, I'll give you a high level idea. I mean, one is looking into the image, was the image manipulated? And the other thing is to do retrieval, to do reverse image search, actually to go into query by the image and to see what comes back and then start reasoning about it. Okay, I started with this image and I found this same image elsewhere. Okay, is it coming on a good or bad websites? And what do those websites say? I mean, are those web pages where, or those snippets that Google returns me, or actually, I think that Yandex is much better at reverse image search than Google. And there are some others, ST9 and so on. There are other engines that can do that. But is the snippet that I have, the short description of the image, or maybe the text of the web page, does it support or not the claim? And you can look into other things. You can look into, let's say, the date. You know, maybe it says, okay, here's an image of whatever earthquake, and then you go and you find the same image from another event 3 years earlier. No, so then it cannot be, you know, kind of, in that case, you have a real image, but put in the wrong context, right? Kind of they're using an image from a different event. And there are many other things that you can do. But what is really nice is that if I do search on the web using text, whether I get relevant information is questionable, right? Especially if I have like a long claim, I don't know, of 10, 20 words. It's not clear what I get. No, I get something that is probably topically relevant or something. But if I really search by image, I kind of get pages that do contain the image, right? So the match is very, very good because it's really kind of anchored by the image. So in a way, it's kind of hard task, but on the other hand, it's retrieving relevant information is easier because you really have the image as an anchor. That's a big advantage. Let me go to the next topic, fact-checking rumors in social media. And so some early work from 10 years ago, 2011, was working on the information credibility on Twitter. And they had been looking into 4 different information sources. What is the message being said in the user in general about this topic, and also propagation information. So, and of course, this is, as I said, that's kind of quite old work. So the features are kind of more stylistic and in a way simple. I mean, there's no birth, there's no complex transformers in representation, but things that are nonetheless useful. I mean, does it contain question marks? How long is it? And so on and so forth. And sentiment, and when it was retweeted. So this is things about the message. And things about the user, how many statuses, how many followers, is the verified account, what is there, does it have a textual description, does it have a URL, stuff like that. And then things about the topic, in general, tweets that are about this topic, how many, in which domains, and so on and so forth, how many followers, and then propagation. The subtree, the max that, the average that, and stuff like that. And indeed, time information also matters. That's from another work. So here, it's just like a simple illustration, right? And kind of motivation. In rumors versus non-rumors, certain words like false. Okay, after a certain time, if it's a rumor, people start saying it's false or start saying it's fake, and that doesn't happen for non-rumors. And the question "what" is kind of asked about the same in rumors and non-rumors, and you know, the term rumor is somehow a little bit more frequent if it's actually a rumor, and not true might start appearing at some point for rumors and really, and so on. So basically, there's certain difference in the use of different reactions in social media to claims. So basically, looking into how people comment and what kind of words they are using about that. And you can actually model this over time, and that's work from 2016. They have been using LSTMs and GRUs. They are not transformers at that time. There's some shared tasks on that. On SemEval 2017, task 8 was on rumor eval, which is on determining rumor veracity. And there was another relevant shared task on 2019. And basically what they have is they have a claim like Vladimir Putin vanished, okay, nobody has been seeing him, maybe he's dead, maybe he's sick, maybe somebody else has replaced him, you know, and stuff like that. Those are rumors. And then you have entire propagation trees, supports, denies, question, and comment, and you have, you know, a reaction and then reaction to the reaction and so on and so forth. And basically, given there are different tasks there. Some are just about stance, about what is the relationship between two nodes in the tree, between the parent and the child. But another one is about whether the claim is true or not, given the entire propagation network. And yeah, so here are some examples of support, deny, and comment. Okay. And then about fact-checking, there has been fact-checking using multiple sources, and somebody mentioned earlier the claim review, and so that's an initiative by the Duke Reporters Lab, where they have looked into, they have developed this tagging system for fact checkers, and for something that can be used for indexed in search engines and applications. And so you can see here the claim review schema. It's a very nice initiative because fact checkers can just put the data in machine readable format, filling specific fields and so on. The problem is that kind of different fact-checking organizations are using the different fields in different ways. So, and they're kind of not much consistent in what they put in different fields, and you have to be careful if you are using it. And there have been efforts to put this into some kind of knowledge base format to enable reasoning. So this is the claims KG schema that I have mentioned before. I was before commenting mostly about how many claims they have. Now, yeah, you can see something. I mean, they have an idea about the organization, about the time, and so on and so forth. Yeah, and that's, as I said, not that much data, right? They have done, and I don't blame them. It's just that there isn't that much data. I mean, maybe the actual data is another magnitude more, but it's not 1,000 times more. No? And then there has been also work that has been trying to learn from multiple knowledge bases, and so they have taken information from well, I don't remember now, but from maybe about 30 different knowledge bases, and they have 36,000 claims, right? And you can see here the number of instances in Africa, Czech, and so on, and the number of labels. So one thing that happens is that different organizations have different number of labels. So some have just 3, some have just 2, non-rating and non and false, and you have in between in the red, in the green, and then some have like 27 labels, like fiction, truth, unproven, outdated, truth and outdated, and virus and fiction, and grassroots movement, and opinion, and whatever, right? So it's kind of not clear how you reason, how you work with or if it exaggerates, out of context, no evidence, not the whole story, unsupported, cherry picks, okay? So, or you just have like number of Pinocchios, 4 Pinocchios, 3 Pinocchios. So this gives you some idea about the variety of labels that you can get. And of course, you can try to manually align those. What they have a smart idea. They actually say, okay, you know what? I'm going to work from all this data set, and I'm going to do label embeddings. So they don't really explicitly map the labels. What they do is they are not trying to align the labels between the different data sets. They're instead generating label embeddings, just like they are generating embeddings, representations for the claims and for the evidence passages in the metadata. I mean, those are combined with BioSTMs or CNNs, right? And then you have the standard representations, the individual things and the difference and the kind of pointwise product. Yeah, so you reason with this representation and also with label embeddings. Okay, let's go to fake news detection. I mean, so far we have been talking about fact checking. Fact checking is about a claim, right? And fake news is about an article, okay? And so what are the data sets there? Well, there has been in ICWSM, there have been data sets. This is the NELA data set, or called the fake news data set, NELA GT 2018. They have 700,000 articles, right? and it might sound impressive. It's from 200 different sources. One problem is that the annotations are done with distance supervision, which means that every single article from the labels are at the media level. Let's say the media is, you take one specific website, I don't know, let's say BBC, and you say whether it's reliable, unreliable, or not determined, or a no source, or something like that, and it's biased, left, center, right. You just say that every single article there should have the same label, and that's not necessarily true. Okay, and there's another even larger data set that is annotating the same way using distance supervision, a little bit kind of richer data set. They have satire, they have conspiracy, and so on. Another data set that's very popular is the fake news net, which has the articles, and then it has the claims, and has the responses, the posts and the responses, and then information about the users, and network about how users are collected. And the information comes from GossipCap and PolitiFact. Those are two different fact-checking organizations, and they even have the images from there. So they have the visual information. They also have the time information and everything together. And so, for example, okay, in terms of claims, not that many. Let's say in PolitiFact, you have like 400 fake, 600 real. It's like about 1,000 claims, right? But you have also from GossipCap another 20,000, which is good. And then some of them have images, some don't. And then the number of posts, the number of users. And then you have kind of, it goes crazy when you are looking into the network, because they are crawling these users, who they are connected to. And then here they have like 1 billion users, and here have 400 million, right? But at the end of the day, it's just like for a small number of claims. Then you have special information, you have temporary information, and so on. And that's really good because it allows you to model things from many different perspectives. And here's how it compares to some other data sets, right? And okay, so how do you do this? Well, one approach to do it is actually to look into the language used. So here they have like trying to distinguish between hoaxes, satire, propaganda, and trusted news. And they have been looking into linguistic markers, things like the use of second person pronoun like you. Turns out it's like more like about propaganda, is correlated with propaganda, or swearing words is correlate with satire, and so on and so forth. And C, or negation, is more like about hoaxes, and so on. Superlatives, that's more like propaganda. And that's interesting kind of study. Another interesting study that I like is this one from Benjamin Horens, Sideo Adalı, is about, I mean, actually the title says it so. Fake news packs a lot in the title, uses simpler, repetitive content in the body, and is more similar to satire than to real news. Okay, and yeah. So if you think about it, it's not easy to write fake news, right? You probably start getting repetitive, or because you're kind of making things up, or you kind of write something shorter, and so on and so forth. And kind of really the whole content is in the title, because that's the claim that you are making. And in social media, you probably just see the title at maybe the first 1 or 2 lines. So the whole article kind of doesn't really make much sense anyway. So then there has been work on explainability and kind of trying to generate explainable fake news. So basically the idea is, okay, you have an article and then you have people commenting on it. And they have been like trying to establish a connection between the comments and parts of the comments and parts of the original document, and try to see where it kind of agrees and disagrees with specific parts. And this is something that actually can tell you, kind of gives you certain kind of explainability. So, and basically this is achieved through attention, right? You have like co-attention. And yeah, if there's a lot of attention here and also a lot of attention here, you know, there's connection between those two. There's the defend model. And they argue that that's an explainable fake news detection because you can actually show you a specific part. Now, there has been work on multimodality, looking into an article and kind of saying, okay, here's the text, here's the image. Let me come up with a representation of the text. Let me come up with a representation of the image. Okay, and then I try to see, how similar they are. They argue, for example, he's like, okay, the fake news is Washington state legislature votes to change its name because George Washington owned slaves. Okay, and they argue that there's no much connection between this image and this. There's the building where this is happening, but for comparison, they say, okay, he's like about transcript, face the nation, whatever, and he's an image that actually has a connection. It's also about face the nation. They argue that this image, here on top are fake news, or on the bottom are good ones. And then they argue here, this image is kind of weird, it's kind of manipulated. Why this kind of more natural? He's like about rumors like, oh, those Angelina Jolie and whatever, and Jared Leto are dating again. But then kind of the images are two separate images. I mean, if they are together, why you don't have an image where they are together, no? And here's another one, again, kind of about two celebrities dating. And actually the images, they are together. So, and they kind of say you can actually, and this is the confidence of their model, right? You see that kind of works. That kind of goes in the direction of multimodality. So another work that I can show you, that's the FANG model, the factual news graph model. That work won the best long paper award at SICAM last year. It's modeling the fake news, modeling the relationship between users, whether they are friends, whether they are following each other, between sources where one article or one news source cites another news source. Let's say, I don't know, whether CNN cites Fox News, and publications, which article is published where, and then a relation between stance with respect to an article by the users, and so on and so forth. And you have all these connections, right? Stance, publication, friendship, and citation, and you have those three entities: users, news, and sources. You basically put this into a complex graph that is modeling, the relationship between the users. So you have like proximity, you have stance, whether they agree or disagree. Also, what is happening with all this over time, how much you believe those are reliable sources, and so on and so forth. And at the end of the day, you try to come up with a verdict on a specific piece of news, whether it's true or not. And then, if you want multimodality, there has been a recent survey on multimodal disinformation detection that you can have a look at. Okay, so let's look a little bit into stance. Okay, so stance is we have seen that that's an element of many things, right? So he's like, oh, Lee Kuan Yew died already. And then you have like support. I mean, there's a rumor, right? And you kind of have support, which is actually a false rumor, and you have stance, whether it's agrees or supports or queries or denies it. You have an entire tree of those. And you try to come up with an idea whether this is true or not. And so there's this work from EMNOP last year. So that's published in December, November. What they'll do, they'll take one branch of the tree and linearize it like that. Okay. And so you have the first branch of the tree and all the sentences there with the CLS tokens, and the first node and the second node and the third node and the fourth node and the fifth node, right? It's kind of one linear path from the root to the leaf. And they'll try to, come up with an idea whether I mean, and they're kind of putting there all such links, all such kind of paths. And then they're trying to do a joint prediction for the stance of each label, right? I mean, those stances. And also, they're trying to make the prediction whether jointly whether this is a rumor or not. And they're using this SemEval 2017 dataset that I've been talking about, and also the theme, which has an order of magnitude more. So when you talk about stance, right? So stance is something interesting. Here, there's the fake news challenge, which actually the title is fake news challenge, but actually it's really about stance detection. And over there you have a title, and then you have an article, and you need to tell whether the article agrees, disagrees, discusses, or is unrelated with respect to the claim. So there are about 50,000 examples there, but the distribution is quite skewed. And the interesting classes like disagree is only 2%, and agree is only 7%, right? So that's quite skewed distribution. So there's this article from Calling 2018 that is discussing some of the best systems on this task at the time, and has been looking into how well they perform on agree, disagree, discuss, and unrelated classes. And basically you can see that the disagree class is quite poor, right? I mean, unrelated, of course, is super high for everybody. Discuss is fine, but those are the big classes, right? Discuss and unrelated. But those are kind of really the not interesting classes. Those are the interesting classes, the agree and disagree. And disagree is super poor. Agree is like about 50%, right? I mean, disagree is 0.18. And as the upper bound is the human. And they have like different models to address the task. So here we have like an end-to-end memory network. Memory network is nice because it can put information from different sentences together, and it's combined with an LSTM and a CNN. And yeah, I don't have the time to go into much detail here. Now, when it comes to stance detection, there is this nice survey. I don't know if it's accepted now. I found it in archive, where they have like looking into the fake news challenge, ARC-min, ARC, the SemEval task we have talked about, Snoops, right? Per spectrum, you know, some other interesting ones. And again, you have different classes like different names: pro, anti, support, undermine, for, against, comment, support, query, deny, support, refute, and different number of examples, right? And they have like trying to see how different models work on different data sets and so on and so forth, how they transfer. Now, this is other data set. There's this other survey that is also not published from this year, which actually looks into the stance detection specifically for factuality, for fact checking, for fake news, for disinformation, misinformation detection. One thing that I can tell you about stance is that it's really a collection of different tasks that are different, right? So it's used for rumor detection, for fake news detection, for fact checking, and those are somehow different tasks. So but the question is, one difference is, what are you checking against? Are you comparing a tweet and the reply to the tweet, which is another tweet, okay? Or do you have a claim and you are comparing to an article? And that's a different thing because you have here an entire article, right? With respect to the claim. Or you just have a snippet, or you have a wiki table and so on, right? Or do you have just a title? In general, the question is, you have a claim, and then do you try to predict whether an entire document, an entire news article supports the claim, or whether just one comment, which is a short piece of text, supports it or not, no? And then the other question is, what are the stances with respect to what, no? So do you even have a claim? In certain cases, you don't really have a claim, you have a headline, you can say, okay, that's kind of a claim, but in another case, you just have a topic. The topic is, I don't know, gun control, and you want to know whether this article is in favor or against gun control. But there's no claim. There's just like, you know, a topic. And in some cases, this topic can be even implicit, even not be even given to you, right? Yeah. So if you think about the combination of, you know, topic versus claim and, you know, as the target and the context being an article versus some short piece of text, we have 2 by 2, we have at least 4 different combinations, right? And that's something to take into account. And there are also other definitions of stance. Stance of a person with respect to something, or stance of an entire news outlet with respect to something, and so on and so forth. Okay, and then stance and factuality, of course, they're related. They have been data sets that are putting them together. So here we have like this, the emergent data set, where you have 300 rumors and 3,000 articles, and you know whether the rumor is true or not, and you know the stance of several articles with respect to the claim. And then you can go a little bit further. You can ask about rational. So for example, that's another data set that's for Arabic, where you have a claim. I mean, it's translated to English. This is all in Arabic. And then you have a document retrieved from the web, and you have an annotation where it's, you know, supports, agrees, disagrees with the claim. And actually, if it agrees or disagrees, also the rational, right? Piece of text that you can point to that actually explains it. And of course, you know, when it comes to Arabic or other languages, there's less data, there's more data for English. And you might want to look into cross-language models. So here you have some kind of trying to jointly classify. This is using data both in different languages, and you want to have certain kind of language adaptation. Can be adversarial methods, can be other things, and then you have a classification. Okay, stance with respect to a topic, right? That's not the stance detection that you use for fact checking, but it is one formulation of the task. And so here we have, I don't know, all Mitt Romney cares about is making money for the rich, okay? And then you're supposed to predict that this is in favor of Barack Obama, okay? Why? Because, you know, Barack Obama was running against Mitt Romney, and if you are against Mitt Romney, you are somehow, you know, pro Barack Obama. I mean, that's kind of, you know, here we have a target that's even implicit, okay? And the target is actually a topic. And I mean, that's you know, useful in many scenarios, but this is not the formulation that you normally use for fact checking. So he stays with respect to a topic, okay? And I mean, you can have a stance of users, Twitter users, with respect to a topic. So basically, you can go and you can like cluster them, and you can try to find out. You can also do, you can apply this now. You can project this to media. You can see in the context of the polarization whether those users here are going to whether pro-Trump users, I don't know, let's say are citing articles from CNN or from BBC or from Fox News, right? And you can like try to come up with an idea about whether these news outlets are, you know, agreeing with the ideas of you know, a certain topic. And you can do this, you can basically project in this way from social media to mainstream media, and you can detect their biases. And here we're talking not only about factuality, we're also talking about bias. And you can come up with an idea about whether you can trust an entire news outlet, not trust, but kind of whether an entire news outlet is left, center, or right leaning by checking whether they are left or right, center or right leaning with respect to specific polarizing topics like vaccines or immigration or gun control or climate change and so on and so forth. And here, I don't know, here we find that The Guardian is, you know, left-leaning, and Breitbart and Fox are right-leaning. New York Times is left-leaning, and so on. And here you see what we find with respect to specific topics. And this goes into the political bias. You might want to know whether an article is left, center, or right bias. And again, most of the work on this has been looking into distance supervision. All articles coming, let's say, from Fox News are right-leaning, all from CNN are left-leaning. But actually, there is this website called allsides.com, which gives you things in triples on the same topic. And so there's this work here that is trying to do I mean, the danger here is that you can start, even if you try to kind of classify this based on an individual article, you can start learning the topic, the source, as opposed to trying to model the bias of the article. And the way to fight this is to have adversarial training that tries, on the one hand, to predict the left, center, right bias label for the article. On the other hand, tries to make the model as confused as possible about which source it came from. And in addition to this, you can use a triplet loss, a special kind of a triplet loss that says, you know what, a left-leaning CNN article should be closer to a left-leaning Fox News article. And actually, there are in this collection Fox News articles that are left-leaning. It should be far away from a right-leaning CNN article. And actually, there are some right-leaning CNN articles. Okay. And of course, you can model bias based on also on the speech signal. And yeah, going now, looking into another aspect, right? So far we have been looking into checking a claim. We have been looking into checking a fake news article, and we have been looking into stance, right? And we mentioned that you in certain models you have reliability. Do you believe certain sources or not? And how do you model sources? Well, so here's a model that is trying to detect whether I can trust a certain source. I don't know, let's say, can I trust MSNBC or can I trust InfoWars? No? And what do you do? Well, basically you're looking into three things. What was written? What they write, of course, what articles they publish. You can go and you can take a few hundred, a few thousand, and then how they self-represent in their Twitter profiles, how they, if they have a YouTube channel, what kind of videos they put there. You can like look into the audio signal, and you can look into not only what they say, but how they say it. Is there a lot of emotions in what they say? And then who reads it? Their audience, their followers, how they self-represent in their bios, and other things in Facebook, in YouTube. And then also what is written about this news outlet, for example, in Wikipedia, right? Among with other information. You can also add here certain kind of graphs, connections to others, and many other things. Yeah, so he's a certain kind of things. And of course, we already said that modeling with this connection between the title and the body of the article is important. The length is important because kind of it's not easy to write fake news. You're going to start being repetitive. You are going to, or you're going to write something short because you're making it up. And you're probably going to have sentiment and so on. Where there is Wikipedia page, what does it say? So for example, here it says, oh, the National Review is conservative, which tells you something about the bias. Doesn't tell you much about factuality, but there's a connection between factuality and bias. The bias is fine. If it's extreme bias, then it becomes connected to factuality. And then how they self-represent in social media. So for example, he says, okay, Republican, take back our country, MAGA, America first. This tells you there's a right-leaning bias. And also the URLs, and so on and so forth. And of course, what helps most is what they write. Okay, now there's a connection between factuality and bias. Okay, so this graph is from media bias chart. The higher you are, the more factual you are, and the more left or right you are, the less kind of factual you are. And here you see that on the top, the least biased ones are also the most factual ones, and that's Associated Press, Reuters, Bloomberg. And the more extreme you are to the left or the more extreme you are to the right, the less factual you are. Okay, you are low on factuality. And this basically means that you might want to model factuality and bias jointly, Moreover, you might want to model them on an ordinal scale to have something like ordinal regression, multitask ordinal regression. We try to predict the factuality and the bias and centrality and hyperpartisan and other things. Now, again, if you want to characterize entire news outlets, whether they are factual or not, the simplest way that has been proposed in 2018 and other people have used it is, okay, to see, okay, he's a news outlet, let's say, I don't know, let's say I take BBC, no? And I want to see whether it's factual or not. I go and I check whether the articles there agree or disagree with claims that I know are true or I know are false, right? So the question is, a good source agrees with true claims and disagrees with bad claims, right? Something like that. And of course, if you want to characterize entire news outlet, you can look into other things. You can also look into the network infrastructure. What is the domain? What is the certificate? What kind of web trackers it uses? And there has been like nice work from last year on Usenix, where they have looking into, I don't know, where it's hosted, who registered it, and so on and so forth. Which country, and many other things. If it's WordPress and certificates and all these kind of things. Finally, about whether a source is reliable or not, gold labels can come from NewsGuard, and those are the kinds of things that they have. Kind of those are the criteria that they use. Pew Research Center has, open sources has, media bias fact check. This is what we kind of typically use. They have about 3,000. They have bias and factuality. There's all sides, there's PolitiFact. All these have lists of reliable and unreliable sources that you can go and get. And actually, there's this article that has collected some of those. And then, yeah, there's another survey on factuality and bias of news media that you can consult. And at that moment, I think, I don't know if there are questions.
No, I don't.
Time to switch.
I don't see any question, and maybe in the interest of time, it's better to switch, because we might not be able to cover everything otherwise. So I'll try actually to be fast, as fast as possible. Okay, 1 second. Okay, do you see my screen? Do you see the slides?
Yep, I do.
Okay, so I'll start. So at the very beginning of the tutorial, we were discussing how one of the main issues with the fact checking and fake news is the fact that there might be a weapon. And this was actually kind of evident if you consider the 2016 election, for example. There was some allegedly claims that there was some interference from foreign countries. And so the idea is that there might be cases in which if there is if there are some organizations that are able to influence the opinion of a lot of people before, for example, a political election, then this becomes something that has, it becomes a real weapon, like with real world effect. And this obviously might remind us of the word propaganda. So having a campaign to influence the opinion of a lot of people. So so now we're going to see, we're going to be a little more into details into this and see what kind of research has been done in this respect to this problem. So first of all, let's see a classical definition, which is this is a readaptation of classical definition from the Institute of Propaganda Analysis in the previous century, when propaganda was something different. Was propaganda campaigns were run with by governments and by using the mass media like television and so on. So the definition that they've used, that we are using here, is a communication that deliberately misrepresents symbols, appealing to emotion and prejudice and bypassing rational thought to influence the audience towards a specific goal. So the main point that I want to start highlighting here is the fact that there is the intent, there is an agenda, and that there is the purpose to pursue that agenda, and you want to influence your audience towards your goal. So this doesn't necessarily have a negative connotation. I guess, like the term propaganda tend to have a negative connotation, but that might not be the case, at least according to this definition. And I actually agree with that. If, for example, if you look at these posters, and if you look at the one in the middle, is about a campaign against smoke provoking lung cancer, and I would argue that has actually that doesn't have a negative intent. Actually, this they try to influence people to stop smoking to prevent them getting lung cancer, among other things. And so another point in the definition is that there are some techniques that have been used, like bypassing rational thoughts or appealing to the emotion. And in order for this technique to be effective, they need to not be detected by by the audience. So, like, if you try to manipulate somebody, the first thing is that person must not realize that you're manipulating him. Otherwise, you're completely failing. So in the previous century, so I mean, before the internet and social media, when we talk about propaganda campaigns, we were talking about usually governments running propaganda campaigns against their citizens, and because that requires a massive amount of resources, the full control of the mass media. And usually, those campaigns are against their own citizen, because it was very hard to influence somebody else, a foreign nation. We have shown this diagram before. It was relating the concept of misinformation, disinformation, malinformation with respect to two dimensions: the falseness and the intent to harm. When we talk about propaganda, actually, this is kind of is a term that lives in a different dimension, because actually propaganda can be done by lying, so it can be false, but it can be done by avoiding saying anything false, just using some techniques to influence your audience without lying. And there is an agenda behind it, but as I was saying, the intent is not always necessarily to harm the audience. So there is some relation with those concepts, but it's a bit orthogonal to them. So it's a different type of task. What happened recently with this event that I was mentioning is that the propaganda campaigns started to exploit internet and social media, because with this message, they can reach a larger population easily. So and this to this new type of propaganda, it was used the term computational propaganda, because used technical means to share the messages. And then what are the skills that are needed to run computational propaganda campaigns? first of all, you need to be able to create a set of persuasive messages that are able to influence your audience. And these messages, as you were saying, it's better if they're not if the manipulation in these messages is not evident to the ones who are listening to them. And this is one of the aspects that we are going to cover as a relatively new research topic. The other thing is you need to share these messages on social media or online. So you need to have bots to help you disseminate, to help you reach a larger variety of the population, and you trying to devise strategies to maximize the audience that you can reach. Another important thing is that the social media are gathering a lot of data about us, so they're able to do very detailed profile about us, and that data can be exploited to create ad hoc messages for each different users. So you can target, you can see for each user what are the topics that's more sensitive to, and try to influence him starting from those topics. So now, so what you're gonna see is we're gonna see how to detect propaganda at document level, so treating it as a text classification task. And we're going to see how to detect propaganda at the finer grade level, at sentence and fragment level. So first thing to notice is that the available annotations for propaganda are scarce. So it is hard to find labels of documents says this document is propaganda, this document is not. There are some initiatives like journalistic initiatives that review entire media sources. For example, media bias fact check, and there are similar initiatives in the European Union. And one simple strategy then would be to use the labels that are given by this professional organization to the entire media sources, and to transfer the label to each article that are shared by these media sources. So we're using a distant supervision approach, like Preslav was mentioning before. There are related tasks to propaganda. One is it can be some consider propaganda as a form of extreme bias. And of course, there are a relationship with hyperpartisanship, which is bias, could be either left or extreme right bias, as opposed to a moderate position. And obviously, fake news and satire detection. There are some papers that discuss this task, and you can check them. So if we want to treat propaganda as a text classification, the first work that actually did that was already mentioned by Preslav before in different contexts. It was by Rashkin et al. At YMNLP 2017. They use a corpus of 20,000 news articles taken from different sources, a limited number of different sources, and they use distance supervision to label the articles. And they use in first experiments, they use word n-grams to detect the class of the document, which could be 1 out of 4, could be satire, hoax, propaganda, or trusted news. So these are the number of sources, which are very limited for each number of media sources, which are very limited for each kind of for each category of news, as you can see. So they have two types of results. One on using predicting on news articles that come from the same domain from which they're training their data, and in this case, they have very very high accuracy. And then they have results on test set that comes from that is made of news articles of data whose sources have not been used in training, and in this case, the accuracy drops significantly. It goes as low to as reaching 70%, and same for the F1. There was another study that was out a couple of years later by Barron Cedeno et al. And they use a larger set of features, including word engrams, lexical features like dictionary, checking whether words was in one of these dictionaries, the vocabulary richness and readability features. And then they use style features like character engrams, trigrams to be specific, and the NELA features, which are from the is a large number of features, 140, that comes from a paper that Preslav has described before. So, and then Propi was tested on the same data set, and it had similar results. From in-domain to out of domain, there was the similar drop. This was for the same 4-class classification problem, but it was also tested on a binary problem because the interest was in detecting propaganda against non-propaganda, and there was a similar behavior between in-domain and out-of-domain data. And then the idea was similarly to what Preslav was saying about bias, that the risk in this case is that the learning algorithm models the source instead of the class, the category of the news. That was the hypothesis, and in order to test it, it was hard to test it on the previous data set because the number of sources was very, very limited. So in their work, they collect a data set of propagandistic and non-propagandistic articles, again using media bias fact check and distant supervision. But this time they use a larger number of sources in total, like 100. And so in this case, if the data comes from the test data comes from the same domain as the development and the trained data, the performances are similar. So there's no drop. And then they have another experiment in which they fix a test set from 5 propagandistic sources, and then they start training on sources that have not been that are not part of the test set, and you see that how much the performance then depend on the number of sources. They show that depending on the representation that you use, like if the representation is more complex and more prone to overfitting, like the word engrams, in order to perform well, they need to see a larger number of sources. Otherwise, if there are features that don't suffer from the same issues, like the NELA features, their performance tend to be less dependent on the number of different sources that has been trained on. And the character anagrams are kind of in the middle between these two. So this kind of shows that the distance supervision could be really a problem for text classification. So not only for propaganda, but we have seen also for other approaches. And adversarial approaches could be tested, for example, in the case of propaganda, and there's that has not been done yet. So one general issue with these systems is that they provide a classification, but they tend to lack of explainability. So it's hard to explain why they say that one article is propaganda or not. And again, this is in a real world setting is something that is very important, because professionals will not, like professional journalists will not trust a system like this unless it explains why he has chosen one label or another. Then there's another a different research direction, which is that goes at a finer grain level and says, okay, in order to persuade the audience, you must use some specific rhetorical and psychological techniques. So why don't we instead then try to detect those techniques, and that will actually give, so because on one side, if you're able to detect these techniques, whether they're not, this is something that is more objective than saying whether an entire article is propaganda or not. And that kind of analysis then can be used to be the base of a higher level analysis, in which then you analyze whether an article or any text is propagandistic or not. So besides actually the usefulness of detecting the techniques that are used to persuade the audience as a task by itself, it can have actually a broader effect in the context of fact-checking and misinformation, and preventing misinformation and disinformation in general. Because there are some studies that says that one of the reasons why people tend to believe disinformation is because they when they read it, for example, because they are reading it, they are lazy while they're reading it, because they are not really analytically, they're not paying attention, and they are not really analyzing what they are reading. And if a person would be able to detect the use of these techniques, that would imply that they would read the news with more attention, and probably this would have more general beneficial effect, might have more general beneficial effect on the whole misinformation, disinformation problem. Okay. So as I was saying, these techniques can be roughly grouped into two big subgroups, whether they are rhetorical techniques like the logical fallacies, or psychological techniques like the ones that appeal to the emotion of the audience. And there are different lists of techniques that you can find by different authors, and they really vary in the number of techniques. I mean, the concept are always the same, is that some authors tend to have like more coarse-grained definition, like maybe they have one technique that encompasses a list of techniques from another author and so on. So like the first difficulty here was even to have a list of techniques. And this is a work that we have done, and then we selected 18 techniques. Some of these techniques can be, as I was saying, like logical fallacies, for example, bandwagon, when you say that something is true, is correct because the majority thinks it is correct, which is obviously not a valid logical conclusion. And there are other techniques that appeal to the emotion, to maybe to the fears of your audience, or by they use loaded language to form like a emotional connection with the audience, or they can attack the person instead of his message, for example, by calling in names and so on. If we were live, I would ask you, like, what do you think? What techniques is in here? And I just tell you, this is a name calling, because they call evil the former prime minister of Iran. This poster on the right of the Clinton campaign is an example of bandwagon instead, because they're saying that like the majority, 50% of the people vote for Clinton, so you should vote for her. That's the reason why you should vote for her. And finally, the last example that I'm showing, it is a sentence that Greta Thunberg said at his speech at the United Nations. Like, we are in the middle of the 6th mass extinction, with more than 200 species getting extinct every day. And this seems to me an appeal to the fear of he's trying to appeal to the fear of the audience. And I put this example because, again, I wanted to stress the fact that propaganda might not have a ill intent. Okay, so let's see what are the data sets available for this task. There was this work from EMLP 2017 by Abernal et al., who made a game called Argotario, and the purpose of the game was actually to educate people to recognize and create logical fallacies, mostly to recognize. People could write logical fallacies and could check whether they would recognize the ones written by others. And they get, as a byproduct of the game, more than 1,000 sentences annotated with 5 fallacies. Another corpus that has been done by the same first author comes from a Reddit forum that is called Change My View. And actually, I'm not sure it is. Oh yeah, it's posted on Reddit. And it's an argumentation forum where people start arguments and they debate with each other. And the moderators, they remove all posts that attack the person instead of participating in the debate, or like refuting the argument of the other persons. And this is obviously one of the techniques that I was mentioning. And they had so they had the data set with this with posts annotated where they are they have the ad hominem, it's called ad hominem attack, and they had a system to convolutional neural network to recognize it, to detect it, and they get an accuracy of 81%, and they use the crowdsourcing to check actually the annotations from and to check the performance of humans to detect the techniques, and the humans were getting 87%. So it's not an easy task, and actually, so the performance of the system were not so bad. So another corpus, which was based on the 18 technique I was mentioning before, is based on news articles taken from 500 news articles taken from more than 48 sources, and each article is annotated at fragment levels with 1 out of 18 techniques. So the fragment can be a single word, like in this case, babies is name calling. Could be a full sentence, like this black and white fallacy, or actually there could be 2 techniques that that refer to the same fragment. These are some of the statistics of that corpus, and as you can see, the techniques that refer to the emotions, like loaded language and name calling, and there was repetition, was another of the techniques that I was mentioning before, are the ones that are much more present. And the logical fallacies are less common, at least in the news articles that we saw, that have been annotated there. So this is quite a rich set of annotation, and there could be more than one task that can be derived from it. And there were actually 4 tasks. One was exactly to mimic the behavior of the annotators, so finding both the span and the right span, and then the technique in the span, 1 out of this 18 technique. This was kind of seemed to be quite a hard task, so it was divided into 2 subtasks. One was finding only the spans, and the second task was which we call SI, and the other task TC was to, given a span, recognize which of the 18 techniques was part of that span. These 2 form the original task that we call FLC. Another level another level of classification was at sentence level, and in this case we classified each sentence with a binary label where which was positive in case it contains at least 1 technique, or negative, it does not contain any technique. Just mention briefly the evaluation measure. Since we are measuring span and we want to give some partial reward if you get partially correct the span, depends on the intersection of the 2 spans selected. Let's say the predicted and the gold one. Divide in one case by the length of the predicted, and one case by the length of the gold one, and then these 2 measures, kind of similar to precision and recall, are put together to form finally an F1 measure. This is something similar to what is done in name entity recognition. So there was this model was proposed first, which is divided into 4 different steps. First one was a simple BERT-based model. This was for the general FLC task, and was outputting a label for each token of each sentence, whether it was not propaganda or whether it was any of the 18 techniques, or a combination of them. Then it was a second model that uses both the sentence level information together with the token level 1, and uses the error on the sentence level to correct the representation, to fine-tune the representation of the embedding as well. And then there are two other models that actually put together a representation of the whole sentence together with the token in order to have a more informed representation for each token, like takes into account more globally the representation of the sentence. And finally, the final proposal was a multi-granularity network in which how the representation of the sentence and the token one is combined is through a gated network for which we can learn the weights. And the idea here is that if the system detects at sentence level that there is no propaganda, then it tries to influence the classification at token level for each token. And these were the results in detecting only the spans of our proposed model with respect to the other ones that I have described. And there is some improvement. And this is the same the sentence level task, so the binary task. And again, this is our system compared to the BERT one. And again, there's improvement with respect to the baseline models. So Preslav showed you the demo, which is available at this address. I think in the interest of time, I should skip it, but you can go and play with it. There are two, actually we have 15 minutes left. What should we do? Should I try to go super fast with the rest? Okay, I'll try to close this topic at least. So the data has been used in a shared task, and in this case, it was a sentence level classification task, and it was the winning team was using a set of transformer model and like put together in an ensemble. It was improving with respect to the results of our model slightly. Instead, the full task it was again part of the same shared task, the FLC task, the one detecting both the span and the technique. And in this case, since some of the techniques were really underrepresented, the winning team used a carefully crafted oversampling techniques together with an ensemble of transformer models, and that gave them the best score in the competition. And one nice thing is that they have a nice error analysis and shows that the adjectives and adverbs that play and seems to play an important role in the classification task. And this is mostly, I guess, because of the emotion-related technique, I assume. If you want to read more about the task, you can follow this link. Then there has been another shared task at Semeval. In this case, it was there were two tasks. One was the one of detecting the spans, and in this case, there were many systems again based on different type of transformers like BERT, GPT-2, and other language models. And the winning one was using this to encode the input representation and fed it to by LSTM to output the for each token whether it was part of a propagandistic fragment or not. For the other task, which was the one the task given a span, you have to predict which one of the 18 techniques the techniques was in that span. It was used self-supervision. So it was first trained on the available gold labels, and then use again the predicted labels to train again the system in a second round. And then of course, and then they used an ensemble of all these models to reach quite a high, quite a nice performance. And this year, actually, it was that there was another task, but this time was on memes. And there were several subtasks. One related to detecting the techniques only in the text, and other in the techniques also using the visual content of the image. Because if you see the one on the left, you just need the text to tell whether this is an appeal to authority. But if you look, for example, the one on the right, in order to understand it, you need to understand the image. For example, the fact that there's the word victim here is crossed, and so on. So it was a nice multimodal task. So, okay, some few words to conclude. So detection of propaganda, and especially of the techniques, is a novel task. There are some nice results already, but there's a lot to do. There's a lot of room for improvement, and maybe you might be interested in doing something in the area. I think I'd better stop here, and we should try to have the practical session. What do the other think?
So, I mean, I think that's good, but I mean, we have we can probably kind of skip the malicious users, but I need maybe like, just a couple of minutes, because we have some things in the title of the tutorial. We cannot just skip them. I need to say something about them.
Sure.
Okay, I'll go let's go see. Okay, do you guys see the slides? You do? That's good. Okay, so I don't know what you see.
Military coup in Gabon.
Yeah, okay. This is the neural fake news, right? There's kind of all these deep fakes. It's videos, it's also kind of images. You can go to this website, thispersondoesnotexist.com, and it generates images like that, which are quite realistic, right? Of course, there's GPT-2, the famous fake news generator, and that they didn't want to release. And you can go and you can play with those. There's Tab Transformer, where you use GPT-2, or here you can go and try Grover, which can also generate for you fake news. And so the question is, how do we defend against those deep fakes? No, one way has been proposed is actually the Grover idea is actually to run them through some of those generators and to use as detector. And the argument was that something like Grover, which is a neural fake news generator, is also a very good detector for similar kind of language model based fake news generators. And there have been others that have been saying, okay, you should look for multi-modal inconsistency. So if you generate something automatically, something is probably going not to make sense. So for example, here they say, if you compare the article, the photo, and the caption, so here the photo caption talks about Johnson, and he's talking the article about Theresa May. Theresa May, there's no connection between them, and I don't know, yeah, where it is the parliament, and so on and so forth. So about COVID-19 infodemic, I have mentioned this. People are dying because of that. There are like hundreds have died because of taking the wrong medication. But then if you think about it, that's like from February last year, MIT Technology Review talking about that coronavirus is the first true social media infodemic, right? And it's also a terminology that was adopted by World Health Organization and others. And if you pay attention here, see, they're talking about not only about whether it's true or false, they're talking about panic, racism, and other things. So this is a schema that was designed that is kind of looking into this from different perspectives, trying to cover the interests of journalists, fact checkers, social media platforms, policymakers, and society. And it's looking not only whether it's true or false, but also into whether it spreads panic or promotes bad cure, like garlic cures it, or racist, xenophobic prejudices, or blaming the authorities and kind of destabilizing society, but also kind of positive things like discussing advice or interesting questions that are being asked, things like, is it going to disappear in the summer? I'm not going to go in much detail. And then they had like different interesting data sets about this. This call it twice. I don't have a slides for that, but he's also the recovery. The recovery is very similar to the fake news net in many respects. So you have certain claims, and then you go and you can crawl different web pages about them, different news, and then kind of you collect information about tweets and about users and about images. So it's in some respect interesting work. It's interesting in many respects, but it's similar to the fake news net. One thing is that the annotations here are used by distance supervision, which is somehow questionable, even though in this specific aspect, because of the kinds of sources that are being used, I'm kind of, confident that that is kind of not causing major problems, as it would in some other instances. And it's some statistics here. And then finally, just to finish, can you win the war on fake news? Well, it's a complex problem. You need maybe some legislation, but also kind of the cooperation with social media platforms, the help of journalists, fact checkers, and we researchers can develop tools. But the only thing that we have seen so far to work is the case of Finland. Finland has declared in May 2019 that they have won the war on fake news. It took them 5 years, and it was through media literacy, through education for all levels of society, starting from schools, but also universities, and really for all levels. And in 5 years, they said that they have achieved it, which is, to the best of my knowledge, the only case where country or organization has said, okay, we did it. Okay, so of course they are kind of the country with one of the highest media literacies. And I'm finishing. Yeah, I want to tell you, fake news is weaponized, spam on steroids is politicized. We can help limit the spreads with different tools. We can raise awareness. We have to be careful, though, how we use those solutions. We have to care also about free speech, right? So, and yeah, and okay, it's easy to say alternative facts are wise, which is, but I mean, many things are actually a matter of interpretation and a matter of viewpoint. And there's not much time, but maybe we can at least start the demo, the kind of the practical session. So Sharon, maybe you can.
Yeah. Thank you. Hi, everyone. So I think because we have like barely 5 minutes, so maybe we can go over the practical session quickly. Let me start by sharing my screen. Okay, just a moment. Okay. Can you see my screen or?
I don't, so.
Okay.
Okay.
Let's try again.
Do you have permissions to?
I think I should have permissions. Can you see it now?
No.
Yeah, she's caused. So.
Okay, something is coming. Okay.
Okay.
Yes. We do see the mountains and the ECIR 2021 fake news practical session. Yes.
All right.
So maybe you can make it big or something, unless because
the text,
it's really small on my screen. Yeah.
Sorry, can you say that again?
Yeah, maybe you can even enlarge the text a bit.
Yeah, sure. Okay. So I uploaded the material for the practical session on the main page, right where the tutorial is. So you can either follow on the presentation or you can try it by yourself. You can find it in the Jupyter notebook on the in the directory. All right. So this practical session is basically the models and the data set that was published by the work on previously fact-checked claims. So like we mentioned earlier in the first part of the session, the first half, that although doing automated fact-checking directly is important, but it still lacks the trust from journalists, because when journalists are fact checking, they need to see they need to see justification, and not only that, they need to ensure that the justification is indeed from an accurate source. So to resolve this issue and to go around it, what we said is, okay, instead of just fact checking the claim directly, what we can do is that we can try to check if this claim was already fact checked by trusted source like PolitiFact or Snoops or other fact checking sites. So in this paper, that's an online, we collected a data set from PolitiFact, where the data set is split into two parts. The first part is the database of verified claims, right? So what we need is a list of facts, facts, quote unquote, that fact checkers can use to identify the veracity of a new input claim. So for example, if we look at this example, what we want to do is basically so we know that this statement has already been previously fact-checked by a journalist, and we trust that. So we built a database basically containing these statements with their veracity, with their truth label. And obviously we collect the article that describes why the specific truth label was assigned. So here we collect the database, and you can find it in the files under verified claims. So when you load the data, it should look something like this, right? So you have the verified claim statement, the article from which it came, the title of the article, and the text. Okay, so this is the first part of the task, right? Because what we want is we want a database of facts. But the second portion of the task basically asks you to, all right, let's say that I want to use this in real life. I have a debate, or I have an interview, I have a speech that I want to fact check. So what I need from the system is to suggest for me a few verified claims that I can use. So what we did is to collect such data and to create such pairs. We noticed in PolitiFact, for example, they have such articles after debates or speeches where they highlight quotes from the quotes that happened, the exact quotes that happen in the event, and they go and they proceed by determining the veracity and the truth value of it. And they have basically, they link to certain verified claims that they've already that are already from their website. So what we do is that we collect such claims and we pair them together. And you can find the test and train splits also in the database. So it should look something like this. So you have a sentence that came exactly from a transcript, and you have the ID of the verified claim where the ID is referred to from here. Okay. So now we have the data. We have the data sets. We have everything ready. We can maybe take a look a little bit about how complex are the pairs. So similar to the test that you saw in the paper where we did the TF-IDF cosine similarity. The purpose of this is we want to see how much the pairs rely on semantic similarity and how much, and basically how complex they are. So we see around almost 40% of the pairs are complex in the sense that they do not have a lot of textual similarity between them. And by pairs, I'm talking about the input sentence from the transcript and the verified claim that we retrieved from PolitiFact. Right. So the way we treat this task is as a ranking problem. So for each input sentence that you get, what we want to do is that we want to rank for you a database of verified claims such that the ones that could be used to verify the input sentence are on top of the list. So because this is a ranking task, we use map scores. Sorry, I should not have done that. We use map scores, we use MRR scores, precision, recall, and all of that. But we also introduce this concept of has positive, because although some input sentences require more than one verified claim to check, this could be to numerous reasons. One would be the input sentence is actually have two parters, so it's actually two claims together, and each verified claim would fact check one of them. So has positive would basically measure of whether or not we at least caught one of those verified claims. And actually, that's also why we use the MAP score instead of just simply MRR, which is also a very common metric for ranking good problems. So, so those are kind of the evaluation measures that we use, and then we move on to kind of building simple baselines. The first baseline that we use is BM25, just information retrieval algorithms. What we used is the Elasticsearch implementation of this algorithm because we found it to be fast and efficient and performed very well. So here, again, feel free to run the code as you wish, and obviously if you have problems, you can definitely reach out. So in this part, what we do is that we basically build, we run the server, install it. First of all, you have to install it. We run the server, upload the database, the database of verified claims with all of the entry of the title, the body, and the verified claims. And then we perform basically searches. So one interesting thing that we wanted to look at, because we had multiple entries from the verified claim, right? So you have the verified claim statement, you have the article, the title. So I wanted to see what affects the performance of the model. So we kind of did different experiments with different querying on different fields, to be exact. You can either do that or you can just directly load the data. When we were doing the evaluation, we found that, yes, the verified claim was pretty good. Like if you look at the MAP score of -1, which means the entire database, it's around 50%. But we found that using the titles was extremely unreliable, and that's to be expected because normally titles of such articles are, they try to be catchy and they don't necessarily include all the information that is needed. And obviously, using the text would mean that you have the highest score because first of all, you have more words, so the probability of having similar words in the input sentence and the verified claim is higher, and that's why we see the text being much higher. And then what's a little bit surprising is that when we querying overall, we didn't perform better than the text. And if you think more about this, it could be because when you are including the title, which is confusing the BM25, it lowers the performance. So the next kind of, so that's kind of to capture the textual similarity. What about the contextual one, like the meaning of the sentence? Because that's what the whole complexity kind of complexity TF-IDF experiment that we did earlier, where 40% of them has very little textual similarity. So what we did is, okay, how about we try to use BERT embeddings or transformer embeddings? We decided to use sentence BERT because it is trained to be a general sentence encoder rather than an encoder for a specific task or a specific data set. One thing that I'd like to point out here, we didn't fine-tune the models. So whether you use centersperse or large in the paper as well, we didn't fine-tune them. And that's because the data is too small to be fine-tuned. There are some ideas, of maybe fine-tuning the models fine-tuning them on just as a language model instead of fine-tuning it on this specific task. Anyhow, so just to so basically we use the sentence BERT as just an encoder for sentences and to retrieve an embedding for the sentences, and we compared the embeddings using Kazai similarity, and obviously because there is a limit on how much tokens you can input to the transformer, we cannot directly use the text. So here are the experiments where we just use the verified claims and the titles, and obviously verified claims perform better, but we see that it did not outperform the BM25. And just lastly, like from the previous experiments, we know that the body is very important, but because of the limit on the tokens, it's not a very straightforward. It's not straightforward we don't have a straightforward way to just use the transformer. So what we did instead is we basically tokenized for each verified claim. There's an article, right? We tokenized each of these sentences and then obtained the sentence worth embeddings for them. And then what we did is we took the input sentence and computed the cosine similarity for each of those articles between the input sentence and each sentence in the body. So this way we have, so let's say that if a specific verified claim has 5 sentences in the article body, we have 5 cosine similarity scores in this specific, between an input sentence and this specific body. And we do that overall, and then we take like the top 4, top 3, whichever. This can be variable. We experimented a lot with that. You can find the results in the paper, definitely. So we experimented with that number, and we found that having 4 is sufficient. So after taking the top 4 scores, now the next step is you don't have a 1 score representing each input and verified claim. We actually have 4 scores. So what we do, so what we need to do is that we need to somehow combine these 4 scores to create one final similarity, kind of almost similarity measure between the two sides, the pair. So what we do here is that we train a very simple neural network, 2 layers. And because the data is extremely imbalanced, because if you think about it, we have like, let's say 500 sentences for training, right? And 16,000 verified claims. So we have 500 times 16,000 pairs, which is a lot. So what we do is that we try to weight the classes in order to avoid basically to avoid overfitting. After training, we basically have a score. Obviously, again, it's much better than using the title or verified claim statement by itself, but it still doesn't outperform it outperforms the EDM25. The rest of the experiments that we did included a rank SVM, where we basically got the top 100 retrieved scores from the best model so far, which is the BM25 on the text. And then we obtained all of the other scores. So we got the scores from sentence BERT on the top 4 sentences, sentence BERT on the verified claim, and so on and so forth. And then we obtained the reciprocal rank for each of those scores and trained a rank SVM. I don't show it here because there is no rank SVM implementation for in Python. I found one online, but the ones that we used were the one published in I think it's called SVM Tools. We can definitely share it. You can find the links to everything on the paper. If you want to implement it by yourself, and that's why we don't have it included here in this Jupyter notebook. But that's kind of pretty much what we try to do. I think there were a few comments or questions. Yeah, I think that kind of sums up what the session. Yeah, sorry for taking a little bit extra time.
Okay, thank you. I guess maybe you can try to answer the question in the chat. I don't know whether Shannon, it is faster to just reply now, or maybe you want to write in the chat and we can close the session here.
I'll just reply then in the chat. I just can't see it. I'm gonna stop sharing and then I'll take a look. Okay. Yes. All right. And I'll reply in the chat directly.
It's not clear. I mean, if you reply to whom it goes. I mean, there's a question: why don't we use transformers to compare similarity between pairs? Or if not transformers, the attention mechanism could be a better way to find the relevant scores. That's a question. I think that you partially answered that, right? I mean, okay. So first of all, it's not true that we don't use transformers, right? We do use sentence BERT, which is a transformer-based model. It's like a Siamese network trained specifically to fine-tune specifically to give you a good representation. And yeah, I mean, this initial yeah, so here there is no fine tuning. That's the only thing, right? But it is possible to do fine tuning, and so the subsequent experiments that it showed it actually helps. But I mean, in this specific tutorial, it's not there, and in the original paper, it was not there. Kind of, we just get pre-trained.
I think the only unanswered question is the last one. Says, do you think that we should use domain knowledge to have more keywords and easier to find the scope from the text? I think it might be worth trying. And it's not clear what's what type of domain knowledge. KG, so knowledge graph.
I mean, things that might help, right, can be better matching for numbers for named entities, right? So if there's a claim that mentions certain monetary amount, but then it's not exactly clear how you match them, no? Because I mean, the fact that you it can be exactly the mismatch that tells you that it was actually fact-checked and say something else. So the question is, did you try different pre-trained sentence BERT models?
Right. So we did. At the time of when the paper was published, I think the best model was sentence BERT. I think there were newer models that were released later that actually I think performed better. But in this for this tutorial and at the time of the paper, we didn't we found that sentence BERT was the best. We tried Roberta, we tried BERT as well. So yeah.
Yeah, there are now models with distill BERT, these models with Roberta, right? And then there's, yeah, there are other models that are also looking into putting the retrieval as part of the whole thing. Yeah. So definitely things that are kind of quite relevant to this community. You know, there's learning to rank problems, there's retrieval problems, and so on.
Okay, there was another question. Does your dataset contain social interaction information? No.
No, because this data is on political. So from PolitiFact, it's on debates and speeches. So we don't use Twitter for their Snoops is tweets basically, and we provide tweet IDs, I think. So if you want to find like the replies and comments, you can do that.
Other questions?
I don't see any more questions, so maybe we can close the session because we are already over time. Oh, there's another question. So you mainly use the text to verify whether the claim is checked by fact-checking? Well, yeah, in this practical session, yes, we basically use the textual information only. I'm not sure if I get the answer, if I get the question.
I guess, okay, so if the question is, what is the intuition of doing this task? Okay. I think it's more like a motivation, right? Okay, I think that the question is more about, okay, you guys are not doing actual fact-checking, right? You are just like checking whether it was previously fact-checked, right? So I mean, if, okay, this kind of oversimplifying the one interpretation of the question. And I mean, I went through many different ways to do fact-checking. And checking whether something was previously fact-checked is one such way. I mean, it has its limitations. It has its advantages. I mean, the limitation is that there are not that many fact-check claims in the world, right? And also it's a hard task. The advantage is that it offers explainability and also gives you credibility, because if I just tell you my artificial intelligence tool tells me this is 95% likely to be false, what do you make with this information, right? I mean, can you act on it? Can you do something? For example, suppose you're interviewing a politician. Can you say, and you have this device says beep, he's 95% likely to be lying now. Can you say, Mr. President, why are you lying now? I mean, you cannot do that, no? But if it says, look, he just said something and it is in PolitiFact, and if you trust PolitiFact, okay, and you should, then you just see, okay, what he said here is really pretty much the same thing. Okay, those guys put their time, they found that's false. Maybe now I can follow up in real time and say, yeah, it has advantages. And we have also said that this can also save time for fact checkers, right? So they don't fact check something again. But even if you want to do automatic fact checking, right? If you can, before doing it in the first place, you might go and try to do that. Okay, so other questions, comments? The slides and the practical session things are available online.
Okay, I just thanks for attending the tutorial then, and maybe there will be other tutorial in the future, who knows, or other workshop on the same topic.
Yeah, thanks for the nice questions. Some of them had at least started me thinking about certain aspects from a little bit different angle. They had me one or two questions that really, I'd like to think deeper about that. Thanks for this. And we are going to have to present the cleft task in the same event in a couple of days. You are welcome to attend. And of course, you are welcome also to participate if you have interest in that. And we have earlier posted the link to that. Okay.
Okay. And
okay.
bye-bye.
Guys. Bye.